Finding peace in this prison never seemed so long before. What am I searching for? Just a touch of the feeling rush of two hearts beating. Why am I left dancing in the rain again, singing my sorrows for when I can't seem to get just someplace where I belong? And don't take this from me, I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray, but every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. I am weathered and broken and weary, but I'm not throwing it all away for something that only fades. Been through the battle, been through the war, but I still can't find what I'm searching for. Just some place where I belong. And don't take this from me, I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray, but every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. Just someplace where I belong. I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray, but every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. I've been fading away, and I'll take it all.
You showed me your mind, just another open door. You showed me I could give back, but you took it all. It's been too long, hiding frozen, always afraid. I'd rather be alone, alone. No more crying from the bedroom, no more empty bottles sipping down with booze. 'Cause nobody can hear you, oh, nobody can hear you. You are a tree falling down in the
Card eSport tournament. Lots of racing to get through here today, as we have just short of 48 pilots that have qualified to compete here for their chance to win one of those coveted Pro Spec wild card slots at the 2025 Pro Spec Championship. And going to award a card here a little bit later on this afternoon as we take our field of just about 48 down to our final podium in our Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament here on Groundhog Day, February 2nd, 2025. And it's also a special day. Today is MultiGP's birthday as we celebrate 10 years of promoting the biggest, the greatest, and the up-and-coming superstars of the world in drone racing. Our format here, of course, we're racing in the sim Velocidrone, the official sim of MultiGP drone racing. Everyone racing on the exact same track. Going to be running in heats of about 6 pilots at a time. Some of the heats here in the preliminary rounds might have a few less than 6, but a double elimination bracket. And just like you'd see in our IRL, in real life races, top 16 double elimination format, except here it's top 24. We're running 6 at a time instead of a traditional 4. So every time we go green in one of our brackets here, taking a look at our winners bracket, top 3 in the blue will be moving on in the winners bracket. So double elimination, 3 moving up, 3 going down into the redemption bracket on the low end. So looking at match number 5 there, that would be 4th, 5th, and 6th from match number 1, and 4th, 5th, and 6th from match number 2, competing in match number 5. They have a chance to make it to our finale and even compete for a wild card ticket here this afternoon. How? Even if they're 3rd, 4th, or 5th, or 4th, 5th, or 6th in that preliminary round, into the redemption bracket you go. Take a look at match number 5, then 6. Then we skip over to 9. Then they can go to all the way to 12, 13, all in that redemption bracket. And the top 3 out of match number 13 will circle back around with the top 3 at that point out of the winners bracket. That will be our next 24 final, match number 14 here in the sim. You see races on the screen. You're going to hear heats. That's just some of the regular terminology we use. But especially here in Velocidrone, we're going to call them matches today. And here's why. Every time we run a group of these 6 pilots, they're not going to race once. They're not going to race twice. They're going to race 3 times back to back. IRL, that would take us all day to get through 6, maybe a dozen pilots. Here in the sim, we just hit that space bar and load them up again. And the top 3 moving on will be decided based on their finish points. 3 first places would be 3 points. That'd be the lowest. That would be ideal. That would be a triple crown. That would be a hat trick, as it were, and it'd be a guaranteed lock to move on. Maybe 3 seconds. Whatever the finish points are, the top 3, based on the best score, if you're adding them up, it'd be the lowest 3 scores. First, 3 points. Second, 6 points. Third, 9 points. You get the idea. Those 3 would move on the winners bracket side, or when we get to the redemption bracket, those ones would stay alive in the competition, whereas 4th, 5th, and 6th in that redemption bracket would be eliminated. So very similar to what you'd see at the MultiGP Championship or at our 2025 Pro Spec Championship. But here in the sim, we get to have a lot more fun, a lot more racing as we just keep pounding that space bar, just like we're flying. Pound that space bar. And keep running them 3 times, 3 heats a match, and we'll be crowning our champion here in our next 24. That's going to get us to about 12:30 here in about just under 4 hours. We'll be resetting with the top 24. Our group here in the next 24, top 2 are also bumping up. So we're going to bump 2 from this group up. That means they're racing with us all day. And who gets to have more fun than us? Absolutely nobody. Now let's take a look on the track here in Velocidrone. We're going to pick things up here on your sim. There's your start-finish line. Going to start things off with a flag. I like it. Keep it honest. Then up high to the skies. We got a stitch it up section here. This is in the first 25% of the course. Then we got a couple elevated gates over the hurdle. Then we have a box cube. Then we go back into the elevated gate section. Now over another hurdle here. That last hurdle is signifying that we're just about done as we go up high to the skies. Big elevated gates. through the middle of the tower and there over to the checker. That was looking down. Now we're going to go on board here with our pilot. Also here in the sim, you got those tracers so you can see the color of the pilots that you are chasing down. Nemesis mode, as it were. So here we're about 30% of the way through over to that cube we were just talking about moments ago. Low side of the elevated gate, extended hurdle section. Now over to what would almost be a bow tie section with a hurdle in the middle. Another gate and a hurdle. Now we're about 3/4 of the way through. Time to go to some big heights. The top of our Velocidrone stadium we go. And swoop around to our checkered right there. There is a lap, LOS, and FPV as well. We had a bunch of pilots competing. We have taken our field to a top 24, next 24, and again, top 2 in our next 24 going to be advancing up to our top 24. And so here is a look at our group of the next 24. Your TQ going to be cubed. Now TQ, that's bragging rights. Also that usually correlates in Ironman. One thing I did skip over, you know how I said we're going to run every group 3 times. When we get to that final match, we're going to run them repeatedly until someone gets 2 wins, true Chase the Ace Ironman style. So Ironman does come important, in a little bit of importance here with cubed as your TQ. Then you got T-Bell in the field, S&S, Davey FPV, Fred FPV, Just J, a.k.a. Scully, Space Pirate FPV, Chris T FPV, Neukel. I don't know if I'm looking at the right list. Not sure. Free, Freedom Duck, Rick James, Taxu, Snow Yeti, 901 FPV, Mayday, Mattio, and a Drago. I got 18 on my sheet, including Neukel in the next 24. Did he not fly the track? Well, I guess I'm getting thumbs up here from Scully that it is legit. All right. Well, let's see what we can do. We are going to get set to grind it. Again, your TQ, once we get to match number 14, now that is at least 45 heats, 45 races away, as we're going to be looking at cubed when we get to that point. If he's able to win all of his races, and that is going to be quite the battle as we get set to grid up match number 1. Now we have 20 different countries represented over the course of today. And in this one, we have Taxu from Chicago, Illinois, by way of Guatemala, one of our 20 countries represented. We got Free from Indiana, USA. We also have Canada's Scully, and from Russia, SAS. Those 4 pilots are prepared to fly. And so we will turn things over to our race manager to hit the button as we get set to go green on match 1, heat 1. And we're about to go green in less than 5. Here we go. Match 1, heat number 1. And off like a shot we go. Your high seat in this one was SAS, and he got a little bit of a late start off the line. Your leader here going to be Scully. Now Free pushing himself up to the front. Now, I have some insider knowledge. I was watching Free warming up, and he was like freestyling the inside of the arena, trying to go in those tunnels. And so I'm like, I don't know if we're going to be watching Free too much. And of course, Scully is about 6 feet away from me. They're trading places back and forth. Free was leading for a little bit. So that practice has kind of paid off here, as it were. But now it's Scully back in the number 1 spot. They're back, both of them on lap number 1. All 4 pilots on lap number 1. Running order right now, Scully 1 gate ahead or half a gate ahead of Free, then SAS running third, about 3 gates back from our leader, and Taxu hot on the heels of SAS as well. And so here we are on lap number 2, still chasing Scully, who has now got about a 2-gate lead over Free. Now, Free does have Scully in his sights now. They're separated by about 20, 30 feet as they now go on to the next lap. We are grinding here. Scully, Free, and now SAS still in third. Taxu running fourth. But we have a bit of a grinder there for third and fourth. SAS just ahead of Taxu, and Taxu has those tracers on. He is only about 40 feet back up at the front. Scully now coming from the skies down around to our checkered line. And the W in heat number 1 going to go to Scully. That is going to be 4 laps, right? 4 laps in 96.3. Free finishing up about 1.6 seconds back in second for second place points. Taxu getting across the line as well, about 5 seconds away from her top 2. And SAS about a 1/10 of a second behind Taxu. So finish points matter. And when we do the final tally after the next 2 heats, you just don't want to be last. You know, being the early riser, as it were, here, at least on the East Coast, is definitely paying off, as we did have a few no-shows. And so we just have these 4 pilots, and we're taking the top 3 already underway with heat number 2. And it's deja vu all over again, putting Free up in the lead here on that opening lap. With Scully giving chase to him. They're on top of each other right now. Up and over the hurdle section we go. Free still holding off Scully. This is for the number 1 spot. Now, I'm pretty sure mathematically a pair of wins, even though we're running 3, is going to be good enough. But what a great watching here. Free still holding off Scully by about 5 feet here on this second lap. And then you got SAS and Taxu. They tracers on. It is just a mess in front of them as they are hot on the chase as well. Less than 3 gates separating all 4 as we continue chasing Free, working on lap number 2. Now you got Taxu moving up into the number 2 spot. SAS was up in third, dropping back into fourth. Scully now trying to climb up the ladder as we go on to the next lap here with Free. Free leading by 2 gates, Taxu running second, and Scully running third. 3 gates separating our top 3 here. What I believe is the final lap. It's been a while in the sim for me. And our leader going down. He's still holding the lead, but Taxu and Scully are hot on his heels right now, on top of him. Will we see a lead change on this one? Free on the gas, going fast, up high. Now about ready to get around to that checkered line. Oh, that was a huge pass by Scully in the final turn right there. Holy guy. Pair of aces. Scully with another win. Free had it until the last 3 feet of that race. That's going to give Free a pair of seconds. SAS going to pull up third this time around, so that's going to give him a third and a fourth. Taxu with a third and a fourth. Now, after 2 rounds, we're running 3 different heats, right? We run 3 times. Not sure helping us out here. It says 0.008 of a second, the split on that one. Yeah, we'll see if we can play it back here between the heats. That was a wild one. As we go now into this nail biter heat, will it be a hat trick for Scully with 3 wins? Or will we see another switch up? Interesting on points. Our leader is SAS at the moment. This is his first time out front. Scully with 2 aces, 2 wins so far, running second. Now he makes the pass by SAS. Now SAS back ahead of Scully. Now Scully ahead of SAS. SAS could use this win. That would keep him in the winner's bracket. Our leader from the whole shot, Free, way back in the pack right now, in fourth. He's about 3 gates back as they work on lap number 2. Within reach, anything can happen, but we're looking at a hat trick and a sweep right now. Scully out front. SAS is about 80 feet back. Let's call it about 20 meters right now. off of our leader, see if he can get an ace. And right now, running second might be okay for SAS. Remember, it was SAS and Taxu battling it out for that third position, top three. There's only 4 of them. And right now, Taxu and SAS are in a battle for second. Taxu getting in front of SAS now. SAS in front of Taxu, and SAS succumbing to the pressure, moving Taxu up into the number 2 spot. He's 2 gates behind our leader and 2 gates ahead of SAS, who's back and forth for those points. And of course, we are now waving a checkered flag for the 3rd time around for Scully. He gets 3 wins, and he will remain in the winner's bracket. Your number 6 seed getting the W. Going to put that final tally in here. Taxu is going to give him a second, third, and a 4th. That's 9 points. That's going to put him 3rd overall. Free a pair of seconds and a 3rd. He is going to advance as well. And so there is a look right there on your screen. Scully, Free, and Taxu moving to our winner's bracket, match number 6. And SAS, we will see you very soon when you are back in match number 5. No channel changes. No channel changes. How about that? What time is it for SAS right now? Going to be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe. So we're just waking up and warming up. And, well, he's now in our first one in our consolation bracket. Getting our next pilots into the room. And while we do that, what is coming up here in this MultiGP X season, the 10th season? Next major, we're going to Dallas, Texas for the 9th edition of Mayhem. It is a 12-hour race featuring 8 teams of pilots, 8 teams of 10 pilots, up to 10 pilots. Everyone running the exact same RPM motor limit threshold, 24,000K RPM motor limit, and everyone running the same propellers as well. We have a propeller sponsor for Mayhem, just as we did last year. So a lot of people talk about the differences. The quad and build can play. We're taking a lot of that out of the way. That's Mayhem coming up March 21, one day into spring, March 21, 2025, Dallas, Texas. And some big teams. Team Canada is back in the push at Mayhem number 9. And you can join us in Dallas and watch live, of course, all the action. All 12 hours of nonstop enduro team racing will be featured here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Just awaiting word that we have all of our pilots getting set to fly. Checked in our room. This one is going to be, I think, a heat of 5. Say hello and welcome to Batu FPV, along with Batman FPV, Nate Lewis. Not sure who's racing here. Also in the YouTube chat, say hello and good morning to Kujatron, Chainsaw FPV as well. A lot of those names we're going to see here in a couple of weeks at the We Bleed Northeast Whoop Championship on St. Patty's Day weekend. Batman says, looks like a great track to race. Yeah. It definitely is. You can find it in the sim, the official sim of MultiGP Velocidrone. Just search for the World Pro Spec track. And that's what we're racing on. Pilots are set to fly. This is going to be your first heat to go. Did you guys not update Race Manager? And we are underway here on the opening lap, and your leader is going to be Snow Yeti. You got Well, T-Bell was running second. Now a Drago up into second. It looks like a three-way battle right now. A Drago in the purple, T-Blue in the turquoise, Snow Yeti in the yellow. And now T-Bell back up in the lead. This is another international heat. We got 5 in this one. A Drago from Belgium, Snow Yeti from Norway, Not Sure from the USA. T-Bell, still our leader from the USA. And Space Pirate FPV from India. Say good morning or good afternoon to Sackett. Right now, Space Pirate in that number 5 spot. Now, we run these heats 3 times, looking for your top, your finish points from all 3 heats, top 3 of the 5 in this one, and moving on in our winner's bracket. As we continue watching T-Bell leading the charge, a Drago just on top of him right now, and Not Sure within striking distance as well. Now even Snow Yeti, like 2 gates separating your top 4, playing catch up here in this opening heat with a Space Pirate FPV. As T-Bell going up to those big heights here, from the sky to the floor and to our checkered we go. T-Bell getting it done. Now looks like about 0.3 of a second back, a Drago in second. Then about 2 seconds back, Not Sure in third. Then 1/10 of a second back from him, Snow Yeti in fourth. And Space Pirate FPV in fifth. That was heat number 1. First ace to chase, as it were, is T-Bell, your high seed in this one. Second overall in seeding or qualifying in the next 24 group. And we are off to the races we go again. Not Sure getting the whole shot this time. Now it's a Drago up in the lead in the purple. Not Sure back up in the lead. Now Snow Yeti taking a turn in the lead. How about this one for being a heater? Space Pirate FPV, remember he was 5th that last one. He's worked his way up into 4th, so already improving things here on this opening lap, as it were, chasing Snow Yeti in the yellow, and there's the announcer curse. Down goes a Space Pirate FPV trying to play catch up. Again, Snow Yeti leading. Now it's Not Sure in the lead. Now T-Bell, 1, 2, and 3. Snow Yeti, Not Sure, and T-Bell. Back into the lead we go with Snow Yeti here on lap number 2. We're about halfway through the second lap. Will Snow Yeti be able to hold them off on this one? That is the thing to watch here right now. Snow Yeti pulled up a 4th in that first heat, and now is looking to pull up a win as we're on the final lap now. Snow Yeti, T-Bell, 1 and 2. Then 1 gate back, Not Sure. A gate away from our leaders here on the 3rd and final lap of heat 2, a match number 2. There, Snow Yeti is about to make the pass. T-Bell is leading. T-Bell has got a whole bunch of pressure on him. There's Snow Yeti about to make the pass again. T-Bell, Snow Yeti side by side here. Final turn to the gate, and it is going to be T-Bell, 0.2 of a second over Snow Yeti. But great pressure there at the end. So 2 wins for T-Bell. Snow Yeti. I just got to talk to the scoring guy. You got it backwards. T-Bell got the win. T-Bell first. So finish order on that one. T-Bell first, Snow Yeti second, Not Sure third, a Drago 4th, and Space Pirate FPV in 5th. So Space Pirate with a pair of 5ths, and right now a 3-way tie on points for a Drago, Not Sure, Snow Yeti as we go into the sudden death round. T-Bell has got it on point, pair of aces, and just as what inspired what we see with Chase the Ace, looking for 2 aces, a pair of aces for T-Bell is going to make him a lock as he is going to now become the pace car for that 3-way battle for those remaining 2 positions to advance into our winner's bracket. T-Bell, Not Sure, a Drago, Snow Yeti, all on the exact same gate. Space Pirate FPV is only a gate and a half back from the top 4. And so this one, as you look down, you can see all that traffic. They're on top of each other right now. Blackhawk down as we look to Snow Yeti looking for that ace. A fourth and a second is decent, but a win in this next one would guarantee Snow Yeti's pass into our winners bracket. A Drago, second and a fourth, again, tied on points. Not sure now. Back into fifth, which is a little scary for a Drago with a second, a fourth, and a fifth. That could put him in the consolation bracket if Space Pirate, running fourth, is able to remain in fourth and gain another position ahead of Not Sure. We're on the final lap with T-Bell and Snow Yeti. Now a Drago Space Pirate onto that final lap. Now Not Sure onto that final lap as well. Less than 7 gates separating our entire field, and Snow Yeti trying to get the first ace for Snow Yeti of the day. Our Norwegian pilot turning on the heat again on T-Bell. He's been with them blade to blade, motor to motor. They're up at the high side, now coming around to the swoopy turn to our checkered, and it'll be 3 up, 3 down as T-Bell rings the bell. And he moves into our winner's bracket. Going to be a fourth and a pair of seconds for Snow Yeti. That is going to move him into our winner's bracket as well. A Drago third this time around, and so a second, a third, and a fourth, not in that order, should be good enough to put him third, and it does. So T-Bell, Snow Yeti, a Drago moving to match number 6, and that'll take Not Sure Space Pirate FPV to match number 5. And IRL in real life, there'll be no channel changes, guys. No channel changes. So we're going to be back with you in just a few. Coming up, match number 3, featuring Mr. Rick James, Freedom Duck, Fred PV, and Davey FPV. Match number 3, the preliminary round, coming up after we visit with a few friends of MultiGP. Locked into our room here. Coming up, match number 3. Saw a little look at what's going on with our friends at Team Black Sheep. Big friends of ours. Really big in wing right now. They got a new wing PDB coming out. Seeing all kinds of coverage on the FPV couch, the TBS couch live stream, and also on social media. Looks like Trappy having a lot of fun with his wing, thanks to TBS Serious Toys, team-blacksheep.com. Big supporter of MultiGP from the very beginning, celebrating 10 years with us. And you can also see pretty much there from the beginning with Velocidrone as well. We've been Velocidrone license holders for quite a while, and very familiar to see that TBS logo on startup. Thank you, Team Black Sheep, for your support. We're set to go. This is match number 3, Heat 1. We're going green with the Floridians. Mr. Rick James, 83, Freedom Duck, along with the Norwegian pilot, Fred PV, and your high seed from Canberra, Australia, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Davey FPV is back with us, and Davey FPV, your high seed in this one and your early leader here in this opening lap. But again, we have 4 pilots in this one, looking for your top 3 to advance into the winner's bracket, so you just don't want to be last. And, well, Fred PV, it's looking like the Norwegian pilot is putting a lot of pressure on the Aussie, as it's Davey FPV and Fred FPV 1 and 2 at the front. And Freedom Duck is only a gate back from the top 2. So your top 3 grinding it out. Mr. Rick James 83, playing catch up in the caboose. Fred PV now getting ahead of Davey FPV. They trade places back and forth again as we are working on lap number 2. 1 and 2, watching the two, well, one's blue, one's purple, as we're watching that chase cam from the top down. And it looks like you are on board with Fred PV running second right now. Shout out to our boys in the truck, bringing you that FPV footage. Everyone loves being on board with the guy in second to see if we can get by the pass. And watching that FPV feed, it's Fred FPV chasing down Davey FPV. They're only separated by about 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Fred PV almost made the pass here. We're on the final lap. We're on the final throws. Davey FPV going up high. There's Fred FPV right behind him. And to the, whoa, a little bit of a bobble there for Fred PV. Looked like Fred PV was about to make a pass, but went through the top of the gate. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll pull up second, though. So first place points in the first heat to Davey FPV, Fred PV second, Freedom Duck in third. And so now pressure on Rick James 83, Mr. Rick James, to bring the heat here in heats 2 and 3. Now, someone was telling me that you're kind of looking for your best 2 finishes. I guess that could be a strategy, but we're going to try and run three nice heats in a row to slice and dice this group of 4. Remember, this is our 3rd match. Our first 2 matches were swept by our high seeds, and so far, Davey FPV is keeping that tradition. What a Groundhog Day. If he goes 3 for 3, that means our first 3 matches all were won of 9 heats by our high seeds in the heats. That'd be 9 aces awarded to the high seeds, and that could be changing as we continue to watch the same battle all over again. Fred PV and Davey FPV. Davey FPV is now slid back in a lead, but Fred PV was leading. They're on top of each other again, back and forth. And issue for Fred PV, crashing out, thinking probably going to get some prop damage on that one. Now gapping our field, Davey FPV up front. Now let's look at Freedom Duck. Freedom Duck finished 3rd in the first heat. He's now 3rd in the second heat, but he is on top of Fred PV for a chance to go a little higher on that podium. It'd be a little defense, at least to stay on the high side in that winner's bracket. Freedom Duck running 3rd. He's in the red, chasing the purple of Fred PV, and he's only about 15 feet behind him on the final laps. Going to try and make a pass between the floor and the ceiling as we get set to wave a checkered flag. Checkered flies for Davey FPV. There's 2 in a row. There's Fred PV finishing up second, about just under 2.6 seconds back in second. And Freedom Duck finished up about 0.8 of a second back behind Fred PV in third. And there's Rick James 83 across the line in fourth. And so that is the second of 3 heats of the match. We run again. Davey FPV's got those 2 aces, a mathematical lock to go into our winner's bracket. Fred PV and Freedom Duck in fine form, but let's see if Mr. Rick James can make a statement and get that 3rd or 2nd qualifying position. All 4 pilots are on top of each other here, just 5 gates in to the opening lap. Your high seed, Davey FPV in the lead, but Fred PV hot on his tail all over again, using those tracers on that line. As we are right now, looks like we were on board. A second ago, we were on board with Freedom Duck. Now we're on with Fred PV again, giving chase to our leader, Davey FPV. We call it the chase cam, and he was only about a meter behind, now about 5 meters behind as they work on lap number 2. Mr. Rick James gets by Freedom Duck. He gets up into 3rd. Might need a position better, but he is working on it. 5 gates out of the top 2 for Rick James FPV, and he is bringing the heat. Freedom Duck back of the pack. He's sitting with a pair of 3rds, and well, mathematically, he might be okay. We'll see how this plays out. Now we got a new leader, Fred PV in the purple, ahead of Davey FPV in the blue. Davey FPV, again, mathematically in our winners bracket. Fred PV probably going to be in as well, but going to try and stop that sweep at the top of the board. Now they're back and forth again. Fred PV ahead of Davey FPV. Davey FPV ahead of Fred PV here on this third and final lap. We're getting set to go to the skies. Davey FPV leading now. Fred PV up to the win. They're on top of each other to the elevated gate, to the low side, to the sweeper. We go to the checkered, and Davey FPV will get the win on that one, 0.3 of a second. I was on board with Fred PV, and Velocidrone couldn't keep up to Davey FPV either because it was showing him ahead, and then all of a sudden, blip, there's Davey FPV across the line in first. So 3 aces, 3 wins for the pilot of Canberra, Australia, and Davey FPV moving on in our winners bracket. 3 seconds for the Norwegian pilot, Fred PV, moving on in our winners bracket. And Freedom Duck, 3/3. Going to move on in our winners bracket as well. Mr. Rick James, journey not done yet. We'll see you in the consolation bracket, match number 7. Coming up in the distance, and our top 3 in our winners bracket, we'll see them again in match number 8. That was match number 3 complete. Well, as we have some fun, let's see if I can catch up here behind the scenesy. We got some winning to do. We have some winning to do. Throughout the course of the day, we are going to be awarding all kinds of prizes to our roster of pilots. I am trying to get all of our pilots here. Copy that. Command A, Command V. There we should be good. All right. On the screen there, we do have the wheel of names, but let's take a look at what we are playing for. We're playing for a prize from the MultiGP store. That's shop.multigp.com. My apologies. I was hitting a bunch of buttons here. Let's go like that. Shop.multigp.com. And we have some great stuff on the store. We got gates. We have all kinds of merchandise. You name it. We have hoodies. We have hats. We have clothing. We have bags. And we even have some amazing new limited edition t-shirts. See if I can I do that? There we go. Take a look at this. How about your buddy Scully? Live in less than 5 t-shirt. And nothing celebrates 10 years. Nothing celebrates 10 years of MultiGP like a limited edition MultiGP t-shirt. Or how about our founder and CEO, Chris Thomas? You can celebrate with the limited edition Don't Mess with VTX Power commemorative t-shirt available. And so what we're going to do is award 10% off anything on the store. Maybe it's one of those t-shirts. Maybe it's a Pro Spec frame. And how do you win? Well, you need to race. You need to be in to win. And so we are going to spin the wheel of names to get our first winner of a 10% coupon. 10% off anything at the store. Buy $1,000 in stuff. That's $100 you are saving. And our TQ is going to be our first winner right there. Congratulations, Cubed, getting 10% off the MultiGP store. Of course, lots going on. Lots going on at the on multigp.com. Of course, now is the time now is the time to start thinking about the 2025 season. Of course, we got the global qualifiers coming up, a whole lot more. But of course, anyone can host a global qualifier wherever you are in the world. But there is a requirement. You do need to have a chapter. And so you can easily start a chapter by going to multigp.com, selecting the chapter button, and signing up for a chapter. What is a chapter? It's really just a group of pilots with the same passion for drone racing getting together to put together events. And there's a whole tiered system that you start with. You start as a provisional chapter. You work your way up through the tiers, and each stage of the program, every stage of the program, you get gates, you get flags, the whole structure, and you grow with drone racing with MultiGP. You'll find out more information, multigp.com/chapters, the official website of drone racing, multigp.com. We're just looking for one pilot to join us there behind the scenes. So we will be back with you here momentarily with the next matchup, match number 4, with Cubed, our TQ, and newest coupon raffle winner, along with Chris TFPV Neukel, 901 FPV Matteo, coming up in just a few moments.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true. Dream
Getting everyone joined back up. Celebrating 10 years, MultiGP drone racing, February 2nd, 2025. It all started 10 years ago, the first season. We've crowned a lot of champions over those days, over those years. A lot of memories, a lot of places. A lot of drone races, a lot of lipos. Say hello and good morning to Kishang Solanka, who we're going to see racing a little bit later on. West FPV is joining us as well. The MultiGP YouTube channel. Cali FPV is with us. I believe racing a little bit later on this afternoon in our top 24. Again, we are racing our top 24, our kickoff time. We're aiming for 12:30 for the top 24 here in our Pro Spec tournament, the wild card position. So that'll be 12:30 this afternoon here, Eastern Standard Time, 11:30 Central, 9:30 a.m. West Coast. And then over in the UK, that'll be 5:30 this afternoon for our top 24. And it'll be 4:30 in the morning in Australia. Oof. Davey FPV probably pretty stoked to be in this next 24. So what time is it in Sydney right now? Oh, 10 to 3 in the morning. Why not? Good time to go drone racing. We're super stoked to have all of our pilots with us. Yes, sir. 20 different countries represented. We're set to go green here. This is match number 1 in less than 5 with Matty O, 901 FPV, Mayday, Neukel, Chris TFPV, and your TQ top qualifier cubed. Now, so far, 3 matches have gone 3 for 3. 3 heats, 3 aces, 3 in a row. So our streak is currently 9. Will our TQ cubed take it to 12? Well, so far, not looking so good. He's running in the number 3 spot, as it were. Your leaders, Neukel, Matty O, right behind him, separated by about 10 feet. Then your TQ cubed about 2 gates back off of our top 2. And Mayday is about 4 gates off of our leaders. Neukel, Matty O, 1 and 2. Matty O still keeping Neukel within striking distance. Neukel in the red, Matty O in the blue. Cubed, our TQ, is now hot on the heels of Matty O, trying to gain a position here from 3rd into 2nd. See if he can chase down Neukel right now. On board with him, got those chasers as Matty O now within about 2 feet, less than a meter away. Is Matty O going to take the lead of the show here on lap number 3? He does, gets ahead of Neuk. Now Neukel clawing him back in. Neukel, Matty O just ahead of Neukel. Now we go to the high side. This is heat number 1. Neukel pushing. Matty O trying to reel him in, and Neukel will get our first win of the heat. So our big streak comes to an end. Neukel getting the win over Matty O by a 1/10 of a second. Then we drop about 4.2 seconds back to our TQ cubed back in 3rd, and that'll give Mayday 4th. So we missed Chris TFPV, who should have been in this one. Might pick him up in the redemption bracket a little bit later on. He's from Canada. Mayday from the U.S. Cubed from Belarus. Matty O from Japan. And Neukel, of course, from Velocidrone. Literally lives in the sim. Logged in from Littleton, Massachusetts, US of A. Consent to go green on heat number 2. First ace to chase. First win awarded to the 3 to Neukel. Well, it sounds like Chris TFPV has joined. So he's going to come back a little bit of a weakness there, missing his first heat, but not the worst. That now gets our total to 5 pilots. Looks like he didn't clock in. And we're going to restart that one. He joined the room, but just need to hit some buttons there. Just going to restart that one. We'll fix it up in post. So there are 5 pilots, 3 moving to the winner's bracket. The bottom 2 will go into the redemption bracket, not the worst. The disadvantage right now to Chris TFPV, and he says, I'm here, boys. And he had the whole shot. They're going to drop him back a couple of positions, but don't count out the Canadian, Chris TFPV. Here on this opening lap, it's Neukel, Matty O, Mayday, Cubed, Chris TFPV, your running order. Neukel and Matty O again in one of those battles there at the front. Now Matty O dropped a position. Mayday getting in front of him. So it's Neukel, Matty O, Mayday, then Neukel, Mayday, Matty O. Keep swapping places in that number 2 spot right now. So that battle for second, which Mayday pulled up a 4th in our first match. So could definitely use a higher position finish here on this one. Heat number 2, again, we run each group 3 times before we decide who's going winner's bracket, who's going redemption bracket. And we're about to go on to that third and final lap. White flag about to fly for Neuchel. He gets onto it. Here comes Matty O. He gets onto that lead lap. Cubed onto the final lap. And Mayday onto the final lap. And Christie FPV trying to play a little catch up. Matty O's now about 3 gates back behind Neuchel. Now 4. We have separation. We're looking at about 4 gates, first to second, 4 gates, second to third. And so a little bit of a victory lap here on heat number 2 for Neuchel. As looked like he kind of limped across the line at the end there. It doesn't show me how much prop damage he has, but maybe a little. He also finishes it with a little bit of freestyle. But regardless, a huge win for Neuchel. Getting the win by 2.8 seconds. Matty-O in second, Cube third, Mayday fourth, and Chris TFPV going to finish up here in a minute. We'll give him a second. Lot of pride. A few moments ago there, I was talking about starting a MultiGP chapter, and it's really just a bunch of people with a common interest to grow drone racing in their local area. And love the 901 FPV. That's in Tennessee, right? 901 FPV. Love the 901 camaraderie. Mayday rocks his 901 in Velocidrone. And Tony Smith, 901 Tony, rocking his 901 FPV pride in the YouTube chat, cheering on Mayday. It's heat number 3. We got a pair of aces to your leader, Neuchel. He's about a gate ahead of Matty-O. He's got a pair of seconds, and again is running second. Cubed is third. He has a pair of thirds. And so Mayday really looks to get second in this one, I think. As long as Cubed finishes top 3. Yeah, going to need a second as it is right now. And Mayday is not too far behind Cubed. Cubed is a position ahead of him on the points. Going to have to bring some of that heat. Batu FPV cheering on Matty-O. Nice to see another Japanese pilot representing. And he is solid in second right now and not too far, only about 30 meters back behind Neuchel. But Matty-O in fine form to remain in the winner's bracket. Pair of seconds, and think on the quick math, I think even if he pulled up a 5th, he would be all right. Be at least 3rd. That is quick math, a little bit of science. Neuchel, Matty-O, Cubed, your top 3 on points, your top 3 here on this final lap. And so looking to Mayday to see if he can shuffle up for top 3 from the previous 2 heats. It looks like they are going to be your top 3 here in this final heat. And oh, what happened there? Matty-O making a pass 2 gates before the checkered. Matty-O stops that top seed streak that we saw. Matty-O getting an ace to win heat number 3. That's going to be good enough for second place points for Matty-O to advance in our winners bracket. Pair of seconds and a first. Cubes got 3/3. That is going to move him up in our winners bracket. 3/3, good enough for a third. And a pair of aces in a second for Neuchel. He goes into your winners bracket as well. That'll be match number 8 when we see those top 3. Of course, journey not done for Mayday of 901 FPV and Chris T FPV of Canada. We'll see you when you come back in match number 7. That's a break of about 3. Well, we talk about the 2024 season, and it is coming upon us, huh? Yes, sir. No joke. Well, we kick off the 2024 season, of course, with our global qualifier. Global qualifier season, that standardized track or set of tracks that we host all those local chapters worldwide. Hey, Doug, do you want to bring my feet up? And so with that global qualifier season starting In about March, we do have our global qualifier track design contest coming up here. Track submissions starting yesterday, as of yesterday, through February 17. Everyone designs their favorite track in the official sim, a MultiGP Velocidrone. Go to multigp.com, hit the GQ link, or 2025 GQ, find out more information. But from now until the 17th, you can design your track and submit your track. Then for the next just over 2 weeks after that, our judges will review and cull the track. And from the judged selections, the community will vote for a week, that first week of March, and then we will release the third week of March. The actual track, giving all those chapter organizers that we talked about time to build the track, maybe even host a practice day and host the official first global qualifier of the season anytime March 28th or onwards. You just got to design the track. You don't need to build the track. You can submit one track, and there's a whole tutorial on our website on how to do that. Course elements, 10 gates, 5 flags. You can be a little more creative in the sim, but the sim design is going to be replicated in real life. So 10 gates, 5 flags, kind of the standard that every chapter has. Of course, we talked about becoming a chapter. Once you go from provisional to tier 1, MultiGP sends you your first 5 gates. 10 gates, 5 flags, double gates are the highest you can build. And we've given away tickets to the International Open to our top course designer, but really the bragging rights of having the track that pilots all over the globe race on. Last year, there were 21 different countries represented on our global list. There were 18 different countries that hosted a global qualifier, and there was just over 900 different pilots globally ranked on the global qualifier track. Like, if you design the track, take a lot of pride in that one for sure. And again, you have until February 17th to submit your global qualifier track. And we are set to go green as we are now picking things up. Should be in match number 5, I believe, right? We skipped 5? Okay. Okay, so we have consolidated things here in our race program. We're at match number 6. Match number 6 is where we're at, with Scully, Free, Taxu, T-Bell, Snow Yeti, and Drago. This is a winner's bracket race. So we run them 3 times. Top 3 moving to the semi-final match of the winner's bracket. Good luck, pilots. Now we are underway. T-Bell is taking a turn leading. Snow Yeti taking a turn leading. Drago taking a turn leading as well. They're your top 3 right now, but only a gate and a half separated all 6 pilots. Your running order: T-Bell, Drago, Snow Yeti, Scully, Taxu, and Free. Again, looking for your finish points each and every time around right now. They're working on lap number 2. They all just gone on to lap number 2. Snow Yeti and T-Bell, your top 2 right now. Snow Yeti from Norway, T-Bell from the US of A. Now the Canadian moving up into 3rd. Scully in 3rd. Drago down into 4th. He's representing Belgium. Taxu representing Guatemala. And Free representing USA as well. On to lap number 3. We take Snow Yeti, T-Bell, 1 and 2. Drago up into 3rd. Scully down into 4th. Taxu 5th. Free 6th. We take a look at this. Only 2 gates separating our entire field here at the moment, if you can believe it. Only 2 gates here on this final lap. It's anyone's to win here in heat number 1. Remember, we run them 3 times in the match. While looking at that top down right now, The white is Snow Yeti, your leader. He's going to get the win. Scully pulling up second, 0.4 of a second back in second. Then we drop 0.3 of a second back from him for a Drago in third. T-Bell in fourth, 0.9 of a second back from our top three. Then we drop 0.8 of a second back for Free in fifth. And six going to go to Taxu. And I believe that was the first time we had a full field of six. And so your first win going to Snow Yeti. But as we look at it, I just, the printing, the font is a little less than 2 seconds separated all six pilots on that first match heat. Let's go green again. Off to the races we go. Full shot going to go to Scully. T-Bell running second. Now Snow Yeti was third, up into the lead. Lots of changes at the front. T-Bell got back to the front. Now Snow Yeti reclaiming the lead. Now Scully taking a turn up in the lead. T-Bell, Snow Yeti, a Drago battling it out here for second. Free is about 2 gates back out of her top four. And Taxu is battling with Free for a fourth, fifth situation. And they were fifth and sixth the last time around. Looks like we only have 5. No, we got 6 pilots working, and we're now starting lap 2. Scully, a Drago. Now Scully, T-Bell, your top 2. A Drago and T-Bell in a battle for second right now. And as they battle each other, they are still watching Scully right in front of them. Scully with about a 10-foot lead over the field right now. Scully, T-Bell, Snow Yeti up into third, a Drago down into fourth. As we go from the high side to the low side, white flag about to fly, Scully onto the final lap. Then T-Bell, Snow Yeti, 1 to go. A Drago getting by Snow Yeti up into third. Free making a big push here on this final lap. Free gets up into third. So it's Scully, T-Bell, Free, 1, 2, and 3. Snow Yeti in fourth. Actually, right now, your top 4 are only separated by a gate and a half as we continue to chase Scully here on lap number 3. No one in front of him, but T-Bell about 15 feet behind him. We're in the final throws of heat number 2. To the checkered we go. It'll be Scully, T-Bell finishing up. Looks like 0.2 of a second back in second. Free, big move for him. Free was fifth the first time around. This time around, he's third. Fourth going to go to Snow Yeti here in heat number 2. Taxu fifth. Drago sixth. And so this one is an interesting one on those points. Literally anyone's game. Scully with an ace, Snow Yeti with an ace. Scully leading on points. But anyone could do it with an ace here. I think pretty much an ace in this last one would guarantee you top 3. The way this is all shuffled up. Because the finish positions have been all over the place. T-Bell taking a turn at the lead. Snow Yeti at the turn of the lead. A Drago at the turn of the lead. We saw Scully in the lead a second ago. Scully back in the lead. But we are right now separated by 2 gates with our entire field. Taxu looking for his turn up at the lead. A Drago and Scully on top of each other right now. A Drago has Scully in his sights. Now T-Bell making a pass by them. A Drago going down, breathing room for Free to slide into our top 3. As we look up to the front, that was the yellowest Snow Yeti in the lead. Now T-Bell making a push up to the front. So running order here midway through lap number 2. T-Bell, Scully, Snow Yeti, Free, Taxu, a Drago. T-Bell, Free, Snow Yeti now your top 3. Looked like an issue there for Scully, dropping him down to 5th. Taxu solid in 4th, looking for a couple more points now. He's got a 6th and a 5th. Going to need to be top 3 in this one to break the top 3, but he is close. Only a gate out of the top 3. We're on our final lap. T-Bell, Free, Snow Yeti, Taxu. Now we get on that final lap with Scully and a Drago. Look at those digits. 5 gates separating our field. T-Bell and Free, your top 2 at the front. T-Bell leading by about 5 feet ahead of Free. Free looking for an ace here in this one. And the only thing standing between him and that is T-Bell putting that pressure on. And do we see a pass at the gate? T-Bell holds him off. There was a pass, though. That was Snow Yeti getting by Free up into second. So finish order in heat number 3. T-Bell first, Snow Yeti second, Free third, Scully 4th, Taxu 5th, Drago 6th. So where does that put us on points? 3-way tie for 7th. Remember I said a first in this situation should help you break the top 3. three-way tie for points for your top three to move on or stay in the winner's bracket to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. Snow Yeti has a first, a second, and a fourth. That's 7. T-Bell has a fourth, a second, and a first. That's 7. Scully has a second, a first, and a fourth. That's 7. Could have won a TLDL. They all have a fourth, a second, and a first. Three-way tie. They moved to match 11 in the winner's bracket. Into the consolation bracket, we will take 5th overall a Drago, 6th overall Taxu, and Free just about made the cut, but he was 4th in that one. Free, Taxu, and a Drago. Match number 9 when we come back in just a little bit. That was match number 6. So it looks like we're going to go to match number 8, getting our pilots in on that one. Looks like it's going to be Davey FPV, Fred PV, Freedom Duck, Neukel, Matteo, and Cubed. Again, we're consolidating some heats here behind the scenes. And so we're on match number 8. There's a look at our pilots. We're about to battle top 3 in this one, advancing to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. You got Cubed from Belarus off to the far right. Matteo from Japan, second from the right. Third from the right, Neukel from the United States of America, also from the U.S., Freedom Duck. And from Norway, Fred PV, and your high seed winner of match number 3, Davey FPV on the left-hand side from Canberra, Australia. We're going to get those pilots in the room, and we'll be back with you momentarily. Well, checking out those joining us there in the YouTube chat. We say hello to Philoblasta. Of course, he's cheering on his buddy Free. Kujatron with us as well. American Abandoned. Repping 901. 901 FPV on fire. Memphis, Tennessee. They're all 10s. They're the only 10s I see. All right, match number 8. Pilots are set to go green. We know the format here, right? Top 3 after 3 races moving on, and this is a winner's bracket. Top 3 go to the semifinal. Good luck, pilots. And we are already green. Matteo was leading for a little bit. Neukel got the lead. Now Matteo back up in the lead. So Neukel was the unstoppable pilot in Velocidrone for about 3 seasons. And I think he's been maybe taking some time off. He's in this next 24 group. And, well, he's still holding his own, though. But Matteo, the Japanese pilot, is your leader here ahead of Neukel. Now Neukel reclaiming, everyone working on lap number 2, running order top to bottom. Neukel, Matteo, Davey FPV, Fred PV, Cubed, and Freedom Duck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White flag flies. Onto the final lap we go. There's Neukel, Matteo, Davey, FPV are your top three. Now, Fred PV looking to make a move. Now, he's in fourth. Wants to stay in the winner's bracket. So, looking for like top three finishes. And so, Fred PV and Davey, I believe coming in from the same group. We'll see. Fred PV and Davey FPV battling out for third. Neukel getting the win of this one. Matteo finishing up about 0.6 of a second back in second. There's Davey FPV across the line in third. Fred PV in fourth. Cube fifth. And then Freedom Duck gonna just round things up here in a moment. American Abandoned says Neukel flying with his feet on the first lap. Yeah, a little bit. Getting set for heat number 2. First win awarded to Neukel. We're going green. Up and at him, pitter patter. Fred PV going to get the whole shot. Davey FPV taking a turn to the lead. Now Neukel back in the number 1. But look at your top 3. The red and Neukel, the light blue of Davey FPV, purple of Fred PV. And Neukel now dropping into 4th. Davey FPV up into the number 1 spot. So now, even though it's like 3:30 in the morning, he is waking up on the gas, going fast. And Davey FPV trying to gap our field, but he's about only 15 feet, about 3 meters ahead of Neukel, running second. Now, Davey FPV pulled a third in that first heat, looking at an ace to it. That should mathematically make him a lock. But now look at your top 2, Neukel and Davey FPV. Neukel in the lighter blue, Neukel in the red. Now Neukel back in the lead again, ahead of Davey FPV. Matteo in the yellow. He's playing chase to them. So we got first, second, third, all separated by about 5 feet and trading positions. Matteo got into second. And so it's Matteo and Davey FPV battling it out here for second place. They were second and third in the first heat. Now they're trying to reverse those positions. If not, or even better, reel in Neukel. But Neukel is about 20 feet ahead and about to go to the high side of the track. Yeah, he's gapping him 30 feet, 40 feet. Neukel is back into fine form, and Neukel, a pair of wins back-to-back. Second in this one, going to go to Davey FPV. So that gives him a third and a second. Third going to go to Matteo. That gives him a second and a third. They'll be tied on points. Fourth to Fred PV. That gives him a pair of fourths. Fifth to Cube, a pair of fifths. And Freedom Duck, a pair of sixths. Here we go. Sudden death heat. Neukel's got a pair of wins, a mathematical lock. And then a big advantage for Davey FPV and Matteo. Got like 3 points to the good. But anything could happen. Always looking for wins. Always looking for aces. And Neukel not going to make it easy. Davey FPV pushed himself up in number 1 spot for a second there, but now he's back into second. Fred PV running third. They're on to lap number 2. Matteo is back. Looking at first, second, third, especially on that top down, you can see this is a tight battle. Neukel in red, Davey in the light blue, Fred PV in the purple, Matteo in the yellow. The yellow is fourth. Keeps coming on screen there a little bit, right? Kind of close. Has them within their sights. Matteo has second and a third. Now he's back into third. So the big winner there could be Fred PV, but he drops into fourth. Going to try and break that top 3. Think he would need a second or better to break that top 3 the way they sit right now, but we'll see. We're halfway through the final lap. Neukel, Davey FPV, Matteo, Fred PV, your top 4. Only separated by 4 pilots looking for 3 positions. There we go. All 4 pilots are down, making the sweeper to the checkered, and it'll be Neukel again, 3 up, 3 down. Then 9/10 of a second back. Davey FPV in second. Give him a third and a pair of seconds. Should be good enough for a second. Matty O in third this time around. A second and a pair of thirds. That should put him third overall. Fred PV 3/4. Cubed 3/5. And Freedom Duck free 3 6 places. And so that was a winner's bracket. Journey not coming to an end. Not by any rhyme or reason. So let's take Neukel, Davey FPV, and Matty O up to match number 11, semifinal of the winner's bracket. And down in the consolation bracket, we'll take Fred PV, Cubed, and Freedom Duck back in match number 10. That's a break of one match in the consolation bracket or redemption bracket. That was match number 8. Coming up, match 9 with Not Sure, SAS, Space Pirate FPV, Free, Drago, and Taxu. That was a look at the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. We're running a sim tournament with collegiate pilots coming up here in just a little bit. A couple of weeks' time here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Lots of information at multigp.com. We are proud to join the Collegiate Drone Racing Association along with Drones in Schools as part of the MultiGP STEM Alliance. Great partners of the MultiGP Drone Racing League. And while we continue here to get our pilots ready, sounds like they're about right, but we have some winners to crown. Let's award another 10% off in the MultiGP shop. Who is it going to be? Already gave 10% to Cubed. Who's it going to be this time? Freedom Duck. Congratulations, Freedom Duck. 10% off anything in the MultiGP shop. Could be hoodies. There's even suitcases. Could you believe it? Congratulations. I'm the prize fairy. Wheel of names. And we are commencing the party again. This is a consolation bracket, redemption bracket. We'll run them 3 times, and we will eliminate 3. Your leader here on the start is going to be Free. Taxu and Not Sure. Rounding out our top 3, a Drago within striking distance. Space Pirate FPV is about a gate out of the top 3. SAS within reach, and we got a Drago making a big move. Free. Now Not Sure up into second. 901 FPV blowing up for their boy Not Sure. Taxu solid in third. And a Drago right now was in fourth. He's in a battle with Taxu for third. So we still got to run 2 more times, but finish points matter. Could be, we've seen 3-way ties. We've seen separation of 1 point on that final tally. And Guatemala and Belgium battling it out here right now for third. Free is a gate ahead of a Drago in the number 1 spot. About 60 feet to the good here on lap number 3, just starting lap number 3. Taxu has the top 2 within his sights. And Not Sure is about 2 gates behind him in 4th out of that top 3. SAS is gapped back about 2 gates out of the top 4. And Space Pirate FPV representing India catching up to our field. We may be seeing our first eliminations. First ace awarded, first win coming in for free. Then we drop back about 1.3 seconds to Taxu in 2nd. Not Sure in 3rd, Drago in 4th, SAS in 5th, and Space Pirate FPV rounding out the 6 in Heat 1. We've been talking a lot about 901 FPV. Let's not forget about Wrecked. Team Wrecked cheering on Taxu. Taxu pulled up 2nd. This is a redemption bracket race, so after the 3 heats, top 3 will stay alive and advance a little further in the competition. Bottom 3 eliminated. And we're green here on heat number 2. Full advantage to Free. He's running 2nd. Looked like Taxu might have had the whole shot. Now, Drago taking a turn at the lead. Now, Not Sure in the lead. We have a 4-way battle for the lead here on the opening lap. Now call it a 5-way battle. Space Pirate FPV has got a good run going. Back in the lead we go with Free. Not Sure is about 8 feet behind him in 2nd. Then we drop about 5 feet back from him. SAS in 3rd. So less than 15 feet separating our top 3 with a Drago in the number 4 spot right now. And Drago was 4th the first time around, trying to get a few more points won here in heat number 2 of 3 and match number 9 on our race program. It is the Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Tournament. Next 24 on our program here at the moment. About an hour away from our top 24. On our final lap now. Free, Not Sure, a Drago. Taxu running 4th. SAS was 5th, gets by Taxu up into 4th. Now a Drago up into 3rd. Looks like we had some issues there for SAS. SAS was in the top 3, now dropping back into 5th. So it's Free, Not Sure, a Drago, Taxu. And Drago has our leader in his sights here on the final lap, and Free is able to hold him off. Free with the win, Not Sure in 2nd. And so that's going to put them in really good position. A 1st and a 2nd for Free, a 3rd and a 2nd for Not Sure. This time around, a Drago is going to pull up 3rd. That gives him a 4th and a 3rd. Taxu pulls up 4th. That gives him a 3rd and a 4th. So right now, Taxu's 3rd on points. Space Pirate is 5th this time around. That gives him a 6th and a 5th in 5th place points. And SAS with a 5th and a 6th. That has him in 6th. And so right now, the top 2 positions look to be Free and Not Sure. That 3rd is a nail biter, currently held by Taxu with a 2nd and a 4th, which means math could work out here for 2 or 3 of the other pilots to break that top 3. We're underway. Free is still leading. SAS, he's the guy who really needs the points. He's got a 5th and a 6th. He is in 2nd at the moment. The Russian pilot, he is about 20 feet. Well, we're about 4 meters back behind our leader, Free. That's a pretty good race line right now. Free, your leader in the yellow, SAS in the blue. Looks like we're on board. Maybe Space Pirate FPV. Well, looks like we're on board with Taxu right now on that top left-hand side. He's got the yellow of Free, the leader, and the blue SAS in front of him on those trails, those for that chase cam situation. And on to the final lap, we take Free, your leader, SAS still running solid in 2nd. Taxu in 3rd. That could be really good for Taxu. That would give him a 2nd and a 3rd on his best. Now Taxu back of the pack. And so a huge shuffle up here at the midway point of the final lap. Still free in the lead. SAS still in second, but now it's Not Sure in third, Space Pirate in fourth. The Drago fifth, Taxu sixth. As we get sent to wave a checkered flag here for Free, and Free getting 3 wins to remain in the redemption bracket. SAS is going to pull up second this time around. That gives them a fifth, a sixth, and that's second. That gives him a total of 13 points. Not Sure is third this time around. That gives him a pair of thirds and a second. Fourth, and this one goes to Space Pirate FPV, and fourth, a Drago, and fifth in the heat, Taxu, and sixth. So final point tally. We have a motocross rule tiebreaker. So top two, Free and Not Sure. Moving on. Free, 3 wins, guaranteed lock. Not Sure, a second and a pair of thirds. Then we have a tie with a Drago and Taxu. A Drago, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Taxu, a second, a fourth, and a sixth, both totaling 12. Tiebreaker, the last run race. And that means tiebreaker goes to a Drago's fifth over Taxu's sixth. So Taxu was in good position at the start of match number 9, heat 3. We're going to finish up fourth here in the match. His journey comes to an end. And we say adios as well to SAS, our Russian pilot, and Space Pirate FPV, finishing inside of our top 40, representing India. That was match number 9. On to match number 10. We're going to be gridding up Mr. Rick James 83. Mayday of 901 FPV, Chris T FPV, Friend PV Cubed, and Freedom Duck coming up in just a few moments. I want to thank our friends at Drones in School, part of that MultiGP STEM Alliance as well. Design, engineering, racing, and teamwork. They're an educational program like no other you've ever seen before. It's a one-of-a-kind opportunity for students to experience the excitement of being an online or on an actual racing team, while also applying their classroom learning to life. They come together as a team as part of the Drones in School program. They come up with a team name. They design their drone. They build their drone. They learn to fly their drone. When they came up with their team, they actually had come up with a team name. Then they start designing a team logo, marketing materials. They sell sponsorship for their team. Then they go to the Drones in School Championship for elementary school and high school students. It's a great program. It's part of the MultiGP STEM Alliance, and you can find out more at dronesinschool.com. Well, they don't sell fans, they sell props. They're not only fans, they are Gem Fans. Gem Fan offering advanced equipment, professional design, precision manufacturing, quality assurance, and timely after-sales service to all of their customers. Check out their website for hot deals on props, gates, and more. gfprops.com. We talked about that Mayhem team race and all the propellers. Gem Fan was there. Bags upon bags of props for all of our pilots. Can you go to the back? Spin your propeller. I also want to thank Beta FPV, dedicated to creating FPV drones and parts with superior quality by helping more people get into the FPV hobby and enjoy the joy of flying, speed, and exploration. Thank you to Beta FPV. And also, we want to thank each and every one of you joining us here this morning on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Coming up in just short of an hour, we're going to be transitioning from our next 24 to our top 24. We're also going to be bringing along the top 2 from the end of this first matchup of our Pro Spec Wild Card E-Tournament. We're going green. This match number 10, it's a redemption bracket. We run them 3 times, as you know. And we are off to the races. Whole shot went to Mayday. Now we're going to put Fred PV up in the lead. International field on this one. 3 pilots from the U.S., comprising of Freedom Duck, our latest coupon winner, along with Mayday, Rick James. Then we bring in Norway and Belarus. We had Canada in this one. Chris TFPV, but he did not make it to the room. So that means when the final tally's in, you just don't want to be 4th or 5th to stay alive in the Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Tournament. Here we are midway through lap number 2, chasing Fred PV, the Norwegian pilot. There's about a 5-gate lead over Freedom Duck, who started the field a little bit lower, is now in 2nd. 3 gates behind our leader, 3 gates ahead of 3rd. 3rd right now, Mayday, has about a 9-gate lead over Mr. Rick James. And Chris T FPV running in that number 5 spots. Chris T actually made it. It was Cubed who didn't make it. It was our Belarus pilot who didn't make it. Canada is here running 5th right now in this first heat of the match. We're on the final lap. Fred P FPV has it on lock, 5 gates to the good, and he gets your first match win right there. 2nd going to go to Freedom Duck. 3rd to Mayday. 4th about to go to Mr. Rick James. Doing that sweeping turn through 2 gates across our checkered. We go with Mr. Rick James. And then just finishing up with Canada. Did we make him wait 20% longer than everyone else? Is that what happened? We tariffed his launch. And he's across the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fred PV, Freedom Duck, Mayday, Rick James, 83, and Chris T FPV. That was heat number 1. We'll run him 2 more times. Advantage right now to Fred P FPV. Anything can happen. We got to make a move here in heat number 2. Off to the races we go. Mayday with the whole shot. Now Fred PV back in the number 1 spot. Freedom Duck back up into 2nd. So Freedom Duck finished 2nd that last time around. That's where he sits right now. Fred PV won the first heat. That's where he sits right now. Mayday was 3rd that first heat. That's where he sits right now. Which means 1st, 2nd, 3rd, replicating it over 2 heats really makes it tough for anyone to bump your position. So we'll be looking at 4th right now in the yellow, Chris T FPV. If he can reel in this field, right now he's back of the pack, 4th and 5th with Rick James, 83. This might be their 2nd last heat, as they have a great battle racing against each other, evenly seated pilots, and that battle for 4th. That's our closest battle on the track. Back up to our top 3, 901 FPV. Mayday still running 3rd. And looks like he is getting a little closer to Freedom Duck. Freedom Duck still has about a 20-foot lead over him. But they are about 5 gates back behind our leader, Fred PV, here on this 3rd and final lap of heat number 2. Match 10. We'll run them all over again, but right now it is looking like heat 2 is going to be a duplicate of heat number 1. Fred PV with another win. Freedom Duck with another 2nd. Mayday with another 3rd. And Rick James and Chris T FPV to finish up. There's Rick James 83. There's Chris T FPV. And so there's a time to bring it. It's now for Chris T FPV and Rick James 83. 4th and 5th on points. A win or maybe a second could break the top 3. We're on our 3rd and final heat of the match. Fred PV leading Freedom Duck about 2 gates back. Mayday running 3rd behind Freedom Duck. They're about 40 feet apart. Rick James pulling up some prop damage, 75% prop damage. He was in 4th, still ahead of Chris TFPV, but that might open the door a little bit for Chris TFPV to catch up to Rick James. They've been 4th and 5th, and now Chris T going to try and get by Rick James. But they're separated by about 6 gates. Even with all that prop damage, Rick James able to hold off Chris TFPV. Now we go to a bit of a battle here, 2nd and 3rd. Freedom Duck still in 2nd. Mayday in 3rd. Mayday trailing by less than a gate. Looking at about 10 feet. Our let's stitch it up section. They're 4 gates behind our leader. And Mayday was running 3rd, just went on his lid. So now we're seeing all kinds of gap and separation here on this 3rd and final lap. Fred PV is on it. And looks like 3 consecutive wins for Fred PV. Stay in the competition. We'll take him to match number 12. 3 seconds for Freedom Duck. On to match number 12. We'll take him. And Mr. Rick James pulls a 3rd. Mayday had a terrible crash, opening the door for Rick James. Rick James, that'll give him a pair of 4ths and a 3rd, 11 points. Not enough. Misses it by 1. Mayday pulls up 3rd, a pair of 3rds and a 4th, point total of 10. So we take Fred PV, Freedom Duck, and Mayday to match number 12. That's a break of 1. And journey coming to an end. For Rick James 83, Chris T, and Cubed, thank you for being a part of the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament here this morning. That was match number 10 coming up. Match 11, semi-final of the winner's bracket is coming up. Semi-final, the winner's bracket. Which means we have a minute. Let's award some more prizes to the MultiGP store. While we get everybody in rooms. My camera's dead? Which camera? Oh, battery. What about the wheel? Can you go to the wheel? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So taking a look here at the MultiGP store, we're going to do another raffle for 10% off the MultiGP store. Will it be some of that merchandise? Will it be some of that track materials? What? Hold on, wrong button. Let me try this. There we go. We can get some 10% off at gate elements in the store right now. We, as you progress through the chapter systems, we actually send you gates, but you can get 10% off those gates and some of the great merchandise. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, clothing, bags, tumblers, mugs, mouse pads, house and living, games and puzzles, and everyone travels to drone races, right? Like, how about MultiGP luggage? Huh? Look at this little backpack action. This is the MultiGP limited edition backpack. Look at that. Passion for flying. This could be yours. You can get 10% off. Like that's, you're going to save almost $8 there. Maybe the duffel bag, all kinds of color selections. You got the blue, the pink, navy, so many great things. And the suitcase. This is the big one right here. You know, you're going to a drone race when you roll up with your large MultiGP branded suitcase available in the store. You're getting 10% off this. And so this large one's $253. So you're going to save $25 off this if I pull your name on the wheel of names. Who's it going to? Looked like Taxu was about to get it, but this one is going to go to Snow Yeti. Snow Yeti, 10% off on the MultiGP store. That's shop.multigp.com. And of course, lots of new stuff. I didn't even know we had. I was shopping before we went live here earlier today. Lots of great stuff. And all of our participants on that wheel of names for 10% off. We are about to go green here on match number 11. Match 11 is where we're at. 11 is good. T-Bell, Snow Yeti, Scully, Neukel, Davey FPV, and Matteo. This is the semi-final of the winners bracket. Top 3 in this advance to our final. We got prizes on our podium and the top 2 in that going to our top 24. Good luck, pilots. Heat 1 underway. So we've had a lot of shuffling up at the front of this one and one gate separating our entire field right now. Yes, sir. Watching on that view down. Your leader is Neukel in the red. Then the off red is Matteo in second. The green is Davey FPV in third. Light blue is T-Bell in blue. The yellow is Snow Yeti in fifth. And the blue is Scully in sixth. But only a gate and a half separating all 6 pilots here in this opening heat. We will run this group 3 times. Neukel back up in the lead and trying to pull away. Matteo, the Japanese pilot, running second still with Neukel in his sights. Now Davey FPV making a move up into second. The Australian pilot up into second now. Here on this third and final lap. Running order here on lap number 3. Everyone working on it. Neukel, Davey FPV, Matteo, T-Bell, Snow Yeti, and Scully. Looks like bad issues for Scully. So your top 5 only separated by 2 gates. And Neukel getting the checker. Matteo, Davey, Matteo, and T-Bell. Then Snow Yeti, and there's Scully. So finish order once again. Neukel with the win. Then we drop 0.8 of a second back to Davey FPV. Then we drop about 0.03 of a second back, Matteo in third. Then we go 1.2 or 1.1 seconds back for T-Bell. Then it was Snow Yeti. Then it was Scully. That was heat number 1. Let's see if we can keep the heat up. Let's go again, fellas. Off to the races. Scully with the whole shot. And then you're going to put Davey in the lead for a little bit. Matteo in the lead for a little bit. Neukel was in the lead. Now drops back into second. Matteo back up in the lead. This one is a heater right here. Yes, sir. Feeling that pressure. Matteo and Neukel on top of each other at the front. Matteo and Neukel are side by side right now. Now you got Davey FPV in the mix. You really got a 4-way battle for the lead right now. 5-way battle for the lead. Even Snow Yeti is within reach. We're talking less than 20 feet from our top 5 at the moment. Here in this semifinal, the winner's bracket. It isn't an elimination race, and it's only heat number 2. This one is insane right here. Up and over that hurdle we go. Up to that high side. About to go on to lap 3. About to wave that white flag. And Neukel going to lead on to lap number 3. Matteo was in the lead. And now he's still on top of Neukel. So not really too much changing there. They're a lock 1 and 2 right now. Davey FPV, he's had some turns at the lead, and in second, he's in third, but he has both of the top two pilots in his sights. And we're looking at T-Bell running fourth, less than 30, 40 feet separating your top four pilots. Snow Yeti running fifth, and he sees the top four right in front of him. Checker flies. It's Neuchel, Matty, Davey, T-Bell, Snow Yeti, and then in just a few, Scully will get across the line. So that time around, Neuchel getting the win by 0.6 of a second over Matty O. Then we drop about 0.15 back to Davey FPV in third. Then we drop about almost a second back, or just over a second back, to T-Bell in fourth. And then we drop about half a second back to Snow Yeti in fifth. And then Scully, oof, that was a rough one for him, but he gets it done. That was heat number two. Heat number three. So Neuchel with 2 wins is a lock. Davey FPV has a second and a third. Matty O is a second and a third. They're in pretty good form. T-Bell, Snow Yeti, and Scully looking to bring the heat on heat number 3 to try and be a lock into our final 6, championship 6 of the next 24. Of course, this is a winner's bracket. The bottom 3 get more racing to do, can redeem themselves in that redemption bracket. The Japanese pilot, Matty O, back in the lead on this one. Neuchel is right with them right now. They're on top of each other right now. On board with Neuchel, it looks like he should be leading it right now. He doesn't even see Matty O because he's on top of him. Matty O now just ahead of Neuchel. That is for the 1 and 2 positions. Neuchel has 2 wins. Matty O looking for his first win. That would give him pretty good poker. 3rd, 2nd, and a 1st. Matty O gets this win, and he has got about 3 feet ahead of Neuchel. That is not a safe position to be in. Davey O running solid in 3rd. Davey FPV running solid in 3rd. That'll give him a 2nd and a pair of 3rds, which I think would be good enough to be in that top 3. Be a guaranteed lock. Biggest mover in this one's going to be Scully. He's up into 4th. He is about 3 gates out of our top 3 here on this 3rd and final lap. We got to switch up at her front. Neuchel gets back in the lead. Matty O trying to put that pressure on, and Matty O does it. Matty O gets by Neuchel in the final turn. Matty O will get a win. So a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd for Matty O. That'll be good enough for 2nd place points. Neuchel gets a pair of aces and a 2nd. That'll give him 1st. And 3rd, Davey FPV, pair of 3rds and a 2nd for Davey FPV. We'll take them to match number 14. That is our final top 6 for the next 24. They're in. And into our redemption bracket, a break of 1. To the semifinal, the redemption bracket, we will take 4th T-Bell, 5th Snow Yeti, and 6th Scully. So we await match number 12. Well, you always need some great swag when you're going to a drone race. We've been giving out some discount codes, the MultiGP shop. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, the MultiGP store. Saw some great tumblers and stuff here. There we go. Yes, sir. This is the Enamel MultiGP Camp Cup. Love it. Huh? Now, not a sponsor, but a cup of Joe. Drone racing coffee. Lipo-induced Java, theoretically, is coming very soon. Why don't you enjoy your cup of Joe in an Enamel MultiGP Camp Cup? Just $17. Even comes with some motivation. You want the ceramic mug. Tells you to be a champ today. 11 ounce or 15 ounce. There you go. That's my jam right there. Is that to scale it on a hand? Hard to tell. No, it isn't. Size is not scaled on a hand. 15 ounce. Might as well start. Might as well get Jeff fired up. And of course, we all need to drink more water. How about a copper vacuum insulated bottle? Use it as a water bottle. Maybe take some soup to your global qualifier. We know what that's like, getting up early in the morning, walking across the field, your global qualifier, dew on the grass, a little cold. Get your pilot table set up in the flight line and sit back, relax, and enjoy some soup. Oh, the big tumbler. 901 FPV, we fill it with Kurs, huh? This is all new swag, stuff we all can get in the MultiGP store, shop.multigp.com. Love the options. You got your luggage, you got your mouse pads. And of course, you can't be a drone racing league without some drone components. The Pro Spec frame. We're giving away a few of these today as well, thanks to our partner, fly533.com. This is the Pro Spec frame. Some of our participants today are going to get 10% off. Yes, sir. Who has more swag than us? Nobody. Getting set to go green. This is match number 12 with Free, Not Sure, Adrago, Fred PV, Freedom Duck, and Mayday. We are underway. Full shot going to, I think, Fred PV as I was looking there. He drops into third, gets back up into the lead. Top three in this match stay alive. Bottom three going to get eliminated just inside of that top 30 when it's all said and done. Pretty good lead here for your top three. Fred PV, Free, and Not Sure. Mayday closest to the top three to break it. Top three on to lap number 2. Mayday gets on to lap 2 as well. Freedom Duck gets on that lead lap running 5th, and Drago running 6th, but only 4 gates separating our entire field as we approach the midway points of the heat. Continuing to chase Fred PV. Norwegian pilots leading the charge. Free running 2nd. Issues for Freedom Duck. He's back of the pack, pulling on 50% prop damage. Race it in the sim just like IRL. Gonna fly through the pain. Right now back of the pack. We're on lap number 3, third and final lap. Fred FPV, Free, Not Sure. Now Freedom Duck up into 4th. I mean, he's got a broken leg trying to walk it off. Broken props flying it off right now into 4th. And he's only about 4 gates out of the top 3. Good recovery. Now huge prop damage for a leader. Fred PV dropping into 3rd. And now Free is your leader. Free getting the win over Fred PV, who slides in 2nd. Not Sure 3rd. Freedom Duck in 4th. Big recovery for him. Mayday in 5th. And a Drago in 6th. So just finish your laps is the moral of the story there. And Free just flew his own race and gets our first ace, first win of match number 12. Again, 3 heats. That's the first of 3, 2 to go. Advantage to Free with the win in the first one. Fred PV with a 2nd. Not Sure with a 3rd. Freedom Duck 4th. Mayday 5th. The Drago 6th. And we're underway with heat number 2. Whole shot going to a Drago this time around. He was 6th. So trying to make a huge switch up right there for the Belgian pilots. Free, your winner of heat number 1, back up into the lead, but he's got Fred PV trading places with him and right in front of him right there. Free, back in the lead, again by Fred PV. Looked like Fred PV may have had an issue, but now Fred PV in the purple just behind the yellow of Free. They're your top 2. A Drago running 3rd. He is about 25 feet back. That could work. Now Freedom Duck moving up into 3rd. We got a battle for 3rd between a Drago and Freedom Duck. They're over the dive cube right there, about halfway through lap number 2. But Drago and Freedom Duck. Now, Drago was 6th, Freedom Duck was 4th. So Freedom Duck trying to tick away at those points to break the top 3 overall, and a Drago trying to redeem that first round effort. Now we got a huge battle at the front. Fred PV and Free trading places about 3 times. Fred PV back in the lead, but Free right with them. Now Fred PV with a huge crash. Free now back up in the lead. Is it enough for Not Sure to get by a Drago up into the top 2? Not Sure was 3rd the first time around. No, Not Sure dropping a bunch of places. It's Free, a Drago, Fred PV, your top 3. And we're about to go to the skies with Free. Not Sure sustaining more prop damage. Free is about to get to the checkered, and there are 2 wins for Free. A Drago pulling up 2nd. That gives him a 6th and a 2nd. Fred PV in 3rd. That gives him 2nd and a 3rd. Freedom Duck in 4th. Pair of 4ths. Mayday in 5th. Pair of 5ths. Not Sure in 6th. That gives him a 3rd and a 6th. So Free in fine form with a pair of wins. Fred PV kind of okay with a 2nd and 3rd 5 points. That 3rd place position is close between a Drago, Freedom Duck, Not Sure, and Mayday. Mayday could break the top 3 with a 2nd or a 1st. Give him great chances here, depending on how the rest of the field pans out. But Not Sure, Freedom Duck, and a Drago. This is a race for their lives to stay alive in this one. Yeah. Better of those 3 will get 3rd by my quick calculations. Especially with Fred PV, who's 2nd on points in the lead. Free, who's tops on points in 2nd. And so now we look at Not Sure running 3rd. If Not Sure pulls this 3rd, that might be enough. Now Freedom Duck into 3rd. Now if Freedom Duck pulls 3rd, that would be enough to put him in a back-to-back in that semifinal, the redemption bracket. We're about ready to wave that white flag. 1 more lap to go for Fred PV and Free. Fred PV and Free trading places again on top of each other here on this 3rd and final lap of heat number 3 of match 12. Freedom Duck still holding 3rd. Not Sure is only about 5 feet back from Freedom Duck. Not Sure is, I don't know. Freedom Duck's got it. Not Sure would have to get by Freedom Duck, and he does. Freedom Duck trying to reel in Not Sure, because this would come down to the statistics to see who stays alive. And Freedom Duck redeems himself at the line right there. So Fred PV getting a win in the heat. Free pulling up 2nd. That's going to be good enough to put them 1st and 2nd to race back-to-back and to stay alive. Freedom Duck is 3rd, Not Sure 4th, a Drago 5th, 901 FPV in 6th. And so now let's take a look at the points tally. That was enough for Freedom Duck. Pair of 4ths and a 3rd, 11 points to put him 3rd in the match. And so we'll take Fred PV and Freedom Duck to the semifinal of the redemption bracket. And so that means we are inside the top 30, just outside the top 25, and a send-off for Not Sure, who finished 4th in the match, a Drago, who is 5th in the match, and Mayday, who is 6th in that match, finishing in our top 30 overall in our MultiGP Pro Spec eSport tournament. What a banger. Coming up, match number 13. You got a VR help thing? Oh, you got the bracket. I can talk about that. So there is a look at our winners bracket right now. Of course, you got Neukel, Matteo, and Dave FPV in match number 14, the on-deck match. We're at match number 13 in the bottom right there with Free, Fred PV, Freedom Duck, T-Bell, Snow Yeti, and Scully. Top 3 in this next match, match number 13, advancing to our final, where the winner of those 2 will be going to our championship. Top 24. It is going to be a banger. Our redemption bracket semi-final. There's a look at our 6 about to fly. Of course, we love Velocidrone, and we're very excited to be a part of the Velocidrone Racing League, VRL. Yes, sir. They've done the Tiny Whoop Cup and a bunch of other cup races, and now they are setting the stage for the 2025 edition of VRL. The regular season starts this week. Live draft is February 8th for those VRL race teams. Weekly races culminating into the playoffs March 28th, April 5th, and April 12th will bring us the VRL World Championship. So, of course, you can qualify for VRL right now. Qualifying is open right now, right? The leaderboard's open now. The cutoff is coming up, I think, February 8th, the live draft. And so multigp.com/VRL for more info and find out how you can be a part of Velocidrone Racing League. This is the redemption bracket semifinal. Heat number 1 is upon us. With Freedom Duck, Fred PV, and Free, who we just saw, joining Scully, Snow Yeti, and T-Bell. And we are green. Whole shot going to go to Scully. And early lead to T-Bell. Now Freedom Duck. Wow, Freedom Duck coming in hot. Getting that transfer from the previous match. Now you got Free back up in the lead. And so an international field, there are 20 countries represented in today's MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Championship. In this heat, we have Norway, Canada, USA, and your leader's Free on lap number 2. But as we look at that top down, only 2 gates separating our entire field. Now the purple of Fred PV up in the lead. Scully in the blue up into the number 2. T-Bell down into 3rd. Freedom Duck running 4th. Free 5th. Snow Yeti 6th. And so right now we're looking at your top 3 on top of each other. Fred PV, Scully, and T-Bell. T-Bell trying to make a move by Scully. Has him in his sights. Top 3 only separated by about 15 feet here on the final lap. The white flag is flown. We're about ready to meet that checkered for the first time. Fred PV is now gapping him by a little bit. Just looking for those finish points, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Your top 3 going high, top 3 going low. Your top 3 through the checkered. Fred PV, T-Bell, and Scully. 1, 2, 3. Freedom Duck missing our top 3 by about 3.1. Free in 4th. Or, sorry, 5th. And Snow Yeti finishing up in 6th. So first ace, first win awarded in that one going to Fred PV. T-Bell 2nd, Scully 3rd, Freedom Duck 4th, Free 5th, Snow Yeti 6th. We're about to go green with heat number 2. Advantage to Fred PV. Off to the races we go. Another whole shot to Scully. Quick off that start for him. Now Fred PV back up in the lead. As you look at the entire field, though, all 6 pilots on top of each other, only separated by a gate and a half. Snow Yeti in the red now taking a turn to the lead. Now Fred PV in the purple up into the lead. T-Bell making a move up into 2nd now in the light blue. Just about got in front of our leader, Fred PV. We got a 3-way at the front. Fred PV, Snow Yeti, T-Bell. Boom. Now Scully and Free make it the top 5. Now looking at Freedom Duck gaining some ground. 2 gates separating all 6 here on lap number 2. New leader, that's T-Bell up in the front as Snow Yeti gets by him. Snow Yeti into the front. Now T-Bell back in the front. And still looking at our field, less than 2.5 gates separating all 6. They still have another lap to go. T-Bell, your leader, onto the 3rd and final lap. We take him. Fred PV, Scully up into 3rd. Free in 4th. Freedom Duck in 5th. Snow Yeti in 6th. T-Bell and Fred PV trading places again up at the front. T-Bell back up into the front. This one is a wild one. Fred PV and T-Bell almost on top of each other. That should have been a midair all day long. T-Bell back in front of Fred PV. Fred PV back in front of T-Bell. They're 1 and 2. We still got the second, third, and fourth. Could get the win on this one. And the checkered comes in. Fred PV with the win. T-Bell in second. Free third. Scully fourth. Freedom Duck fifth. And Snow Yeti about to finish up here in a moment. And there's Snow Yeti across the line in sixth. So Fred PV on fire right now. Pair of wins. Guaranteed lock to go into our final. T-Bell with a pair of seconds. That has him second overall. Scully in third. The third and a fourth. Free in fifth with a third and a fifth. And Freedom Duck in we're free in fourth. Freedom Duck in fifth. The fourth and a fifth. Snow Yeti a pair of sixes. And still a mathematical ambiguity for second, third, fourth, fifth. T-Bell has an advantage, and he is looking to make it a lock. If he's first or second, guaranteed to move on. I think even a third would work for T-Bell. He drops a third. New leader, that's Scully in the blue. Now the light blue reclaims. That's T-Bell. Now Fred PV, now Scully. They're your top three for sure, all taking a turn in the lead. Snow Yeti running fourth, but on top of those three as well. Is yet to officially get in the lead, but has had some big moves and is looking for a win here in this third one. Could help him out with his pair of six. If he gets that win, depending how the rest of the field finishes up, could break the top three. We'll see how it plays out. Scully and T-Bell are your top two. Big mover there is Snow Yeti again, low on the points. So looking to put some pressure on here. Fred PV is down in fifth, but doesn't really matter for him. He's got the pair of wins. Guaranteed top three. We're on the third and final lap. The blue is Scully is out front. Snow Yeti in the red is about 20 feet behind him in second. Free is now up into third. And now Free with an announcer Jinx into a gate. We take him. Still running third. Nope. Now T-Bell up into third. Fred PV's in fourth. That could hurt. Fred PV's got the aces. Fred PV, well, going to finish up fifth. Oof. These points are going to be interesting. So points come in. Scully gets first in the heat. Snow Yeti second. T-Bell third. Free fourth. Fred PV fifth. Freedom Duck in sixth. As we take a look at the points. So T-Bell, a pair of seconds and a third is in. Fred PV, a pair of firsts and a fifth is in. And third is going to go to Scully. A third, a fourth, and an ace. That gives him 8 points. And so they move to our top six. Which means we're just inside the top 26 for Free, Snow Yeti, and Freedom Duck. That was match number 13. Well, of course, we do have some friends to thank. Those are our friends at Fly533. They helped us out, and they have given us a pair of Pro Spec frames. How about it? A pair of those Pro Spec frames. We're going to give one to the winner of the next 24 and one to the winner of our top 24. Coming up at, well, in about 15, 20 minutes, we'll commence that matchup. Thank you to our friends at Fly533 for their support of MultiGP, Pro Spec, and our MultiGP Pro Spec eSport tournament. So Chase the Ace is where we're at. Your final six. 6 pilots, 3 from the consolation bracket by way of Scully of Canada. Fred PV of Norway. T-Bell of USA. Davey FPV of Australia. Matteo of Japan. And Neukel of the US of A. We will run this final 6 group of pilots repeatedly until someone wins twice. At the start of the show, I talked about Iron Man. Cubed was the Iron Man. Cubed, I think, had some technical difficulties and did not advance to the end. And so for us, that means there's no Iron Man. We will run these 6 pilots again and again and again until a pilot gets 2 wins, 2 aces. They'll be our winner. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth will be decided by the finish points, just like we've seen in the earlier rounds. Want to finish as high as possible each time we go green. The top 2 in this, advancing to our top 24 in about 15, 20 minutes. And our winner, getting the MultiGP Pro Spec frame, courtesy of fly533.com. Pilots are set to fly. We're going green. Chase the ace, round number 1 of our next 24 in the Pro Spec wildcard, and we are live. Whole shot going to go to the Japanese pilot, Matteo. Neukel up in the front, T-Bell up in the front, Matteo back to the front, Davey FPV up to the front. As we look at that camera, they're all within a gate right now, and that's all 6 pilots. Even though we've had some different leaders, obviously you want a pair of aces. That gets you a Pro Spec frame, but you want the best finishes each time we go green, and that gets you into our top 24. Where there, you're also competing for another frame and an invite to the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship. Here we're on lap number 2. It's Matteo, Neukel, 1 and 2. Neukel was ahead of Matteo for just a hair. That's the yellow and the red. Neukel in red, Matteo in yellow. Now you got the green of Davey FPV sliding into second, now back into third. T-Bell running fourth. He's only about 2 gates behind our leader. That's for the lead. Now the green of Davey FPV up in the front. Now the yellow of Matteo up into the front. We're still on lap number 2. We're about to go onto lap number 3. White flag flies, or Davey FPV, your leader, onto the 3rd lap. Now you got Neukel and Matteo grinding it out with Davey FPV. They're all taking turns at the front on this one. It is a nail biter, buzzer beater. Neukel, Matteo, Davey FPV putting on a show to see who's going to get our first ace in our next 24 of the MultiGP Pro Spec eSport tournament. We're going to the high gate, now to the low. Neukel's leading, Davey, Matteo's pushing, and your finish order on the first one will be Neukel, Davey FPV, Matteo, T-Bell, Fred PV, and Scully in that finish order. Neukel, 1/10 of a second ahead of Davey FPV, who was 0.15 seconds ahead of Matteo. That is tight. 0.3 of a second separating your top 3. That was Chase Yace, round number 1. Not sure. This is Noik. Free said his dog earlier was spamming the outside button mid-race. Lost his focus. Guess his dog wanted to go outside? That's interesting. That he has a button for his dog to signal to open the door. Free, you're a genius. We're going green, heat number 2. First ace to chase is Neukel. If he wins this one, we're done ahead of our top 24. Davey FPV says, no, let's go a couple more rounds as he has the lead here of the early throws. Matteo is trying to make a push like he did the last one. He crashes into a gate, and looks like Neukel may have had some issues. It's Davey FPV. Now you got a battle for the number 2 spot between T-Bell and Neukel. Davey FPV still holding that lead and is about to go on to lap number 2. Neukel now trying to push by Davey FPV at the front, and looking at T-Bell. Wow, it's a 3-way battle up at the front. Davey still in the lead in green, Neukel second in the red, and T-Bell in the light blue. And Neukel just about made the pass at the dive cube. He's side by side with Davey FPV. We are just past the midway point of lap number 2. Halfway through this one. Now Neukel pushed the lead. Now Davey FPV reclaiming. Now Neukel pushing himself up to the front. I'm doing chase on T-Bell. He's only about 5 feet behind them. On to lap number 3, we take him. Neuchel back in the number 1 spot. Davey FPV reclaiming him. T-Bell about to make a move right now. Watching this on chase cam is insane. I'm kind of disagreeing with what we're seeing right now. Oh no, T-Bell had to circle back a little bit, so he's gapped a little bit. Still solid in third though. And Neuchel and Davey FPV 1 and 2 here on this third and final lap. Will it be Neuchel to shut it down, or will Davey FPV make a pass? Neuchel has got a 5-foot lead, and Neuchel has 2 aces. He is your next 24 champion. 2 up, 2 down. Neuchel with a pair of aces. Here in heat number 2, Davey FPV was second. T-Bell was third. Scully was fourth. Fred FPV was fifth. Matteo in sixth. And so we take a look at those points. And so we got a podium, and believe we have podium prizes, right, for your top 3. Third is going to go to T-Bell with a third and a fourth. Davey FPV will be your reserve champion with a pair of seconds. And Neuchel is your winner with a pair of aces. There's a look at your podium there. Final ranking as well. Rounding out our top 6 there. Matteo in 4th overall. Scully 5th overall. And Fred PV 6th overall. And so remember those faces on the left side of the screen. Davey FPV and Neuchel. Better put some coffee on. Especially Davey FPV. You have now advanced to our top 24 starting in about 10 minutes. Not only that, Neuchel, you just won a MultiGP Pro Spec frame, courtesy of 533. 4:24 a.m. in Sydney local time for Davey FPV, who just advanced into the top 24. Gonna need a monster. Noik is going to be all right. It is 12:24 right now in Littleton, Massachusetts. He's in fine form. And so those top 2 advancing up. Podium prizes to T-Bell, Davey FPV, and Neuchel. Neuchel, of course, getting that frame as well. And so in about 5 minutes time, we are going to be back with the top 24, the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Championship. And then top 24, the winner of that bracket, also going to get a frame and a ticket to the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship, joining the reigning Pro Spec champion Leviathan and our other wild cards, MCK FPV, Banny UK, Pavelos, Killian, Amari, Vanover, Heads Up FPV, Bernie FPV, Hyper, a who's who of drone racing. And in about 5 minutes from now, you're going to see the who's who of sim racing vying for their spot in our Pro Spec Championship. Time right now is 12:25 Eastern. We're back in about 4.5 minutes with the top 24. Don't go anywhere. Keep us streaming on the MultiGP YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a little bit. MultiGP YouTube channel. It's an exciting day. It's Groundhog Day, and today also marks the 10th anniversary of MultiGP Drone Racing League, February 2nd, 2015. That's when it all became official. The was announced, and since then, so many drone races, so many memories, so many champions crowned, leading us into this 10th anniversary and our Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament. We have taken a field of about 48 pilots with our next 24 now into our top 24, working our way down to the final. It is going to be a grinder in traditional bracket format. Now, we're racing in the official sim of MultiGP Velocidrone, and unlike racing IRL in real life, we can run races pretty quickly. We don't have to retrieve drones from out in the field. So we basically mash that space bar just like we're flying in Velocidrone and re-grid them up again. So our top 24 pilots are in heats of 6. We're going to run each match of 6 pilots 3 times. And based on their finish points, 1 point for first, 2 points for second, etc. Lowest score, top 3, move on. If you are first, second, third, you go in the winner's bracket. If you are in this preliminary round, 4th, 5th, or 6th, you go into the redemption bracket. Now, not the worst when you're in the redemption bracket. If you go into that redemption bracket, you can only be 4th, 5th, or 6th once to get into the redemption bracket. Then, as long as you're in the top 3 at the end of your matches, you can work your way back into our final championship 6. Now, the top 6, we are going to run similarly, albeit differently. We'll run the final 6 until someone gets 2 wins. Could be 2 races, could be 1 race, could be 7 races. We don't know. We call it Chase the Ace, and we'll be getting into that supercharged Chase the Ace in just a little bit. We'll be awarding some big prizes over the course of today as well. Throughout the day, we're going to be handing out discount codes to the MultiGP store. We're also going to give a MultiGP Pro Spec frame, courtesy of Fly533, to this afternoon's champion, and the winner of this eSports tournament is also going to get a ticket to the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship. Lots on the line, 24 pilots getting set to fly, but first, let's take a look at the course of the 2025 Pro Spec Wildcard Esports Tournament. We're going to start top down. We have a couple of different views here inside of our Velocidrone Stadium. We start things off in the first quarter with that Stitch It Up section over this seating area. Over to an elevated gate behind a hurdle, kind of making a tunnel over to that dive cube. Then we go on this low line around the flags over to this hurdle section, kind of like a bow tie with a hurdle in the middle. And we're about halfway through our course. From here, we go to the big skies all the way up to the top of the stadium, and then about 3 more gates to go before we hit the checker. That was LOS, line of sight. Now let's go FPV around the track. Over to that Stitch It Up section over in the seating area. Doesn't seem as fast this way when we fly that big floater spec quad, huh? Over to the launch, over to the dive cube over here, about just over the halfway mark here. We go to that back side of the section, over this hurdle, kind of like a bow tie with the hurdle in the middle, up over that big hurdle. Now we go to the big elevated section, right? Sky bridge, as it were. From the top down to the bottom, 3 gates to go. 1, 2, 3, and then there's the checkered. Another lap on the track that we're featuring here this afternoon, the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSports Tournament. Well, a bunch of pilots from around the globe competing. Taking a look at our field, 20 different countries represented. We are now in our top 24. Our top 24. Let's take a look at our ranking. We had our next 24 running earlier. And here is your top 24. Starting with 24th, our bump up from the next 24. That was Neukel. Then Apex, Anal 13, A Drone, Kushang Solanki, 901 Tony, Lucky Nemo, Bend FPV, Yuki FPV, into our top 16. Sloth Fuel, Proximo, Gotti FPV, Bernie FPV, Pavelos into our top 10. Platnair, Cali, Levio FPV, Halo Walker 03, Valprum Beldrone, Red Sheep, the Bob inside the top four, the Ice Cheetah in third, Chad M in second, and our top qualifier, West FPV. Yes, sir. Gonna be a heater. West FPV from the US of A, but again, 20 countries represented over our field. And I hear that we are set to fly with our first matchup, match number one. In this one, we're going to feature the number 22 seed, Anal 13, the 19 seed, 901 Tony, the number 14 seed, Proximo, the number 11 seed, Pavelos, the number 6 seed, Valprim Beldrone, and your top seed here in match number one, the Ice Cheetah. Talking about that international field, 4 countries represented here in match number one. Anal 13 from Malaysia, Pavelos from Poland, the reigning MultiGP champion, Valprim Beldrone of Russia, and then 3 from the USA, 901 Tony, Proximo, and the Ice Cheetah. Ice Cheetah, your top seed. And we're about to fly. Good luck, pilots. We're running 3 times. Your finish points are what we're going to slice and dice you with. And we are green. Full shot going to go to 901 Tony. He's been hanging out with us all day long, watching the live stream, getting amped up and fired up to race here in our top 24. Reigning MultiGP champion Pavelos up into the number 1 spot. He was 3rd in seating here in this heat. And now he is leading the field. Big move. Proximo up into 2nd. He's in a little bit of a battle there with Ice Cheetah, 2nd and 3rd. Pavelos with a gate lead in the red as we look down. Also, then you got the orange of Ice Cheetah, the blue of Valprim, then Proximo in 4th in yellow, 901 Tony in green, and Ino 13 in 6 in the blue. Pavelos, your leader in red. We're halfway through lap number 2. And about to go on to lap number 3. Looking like no issues here for the reigning MultiGP champion. I go on board with the guy in 2nd. Pavelos has about a 60-foot lead, a 20-meter lead over the field. On to lap 3 we go. Running order remains Pavelos, then Valprim Beldrone, then the Ice Cheetah, Proximo, 901 Tony, and Ano 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pavelos has this one on lock. He's going to that big sky bridge up high to the 300 level inside of Velocidrone Stadium. And to the checkered we go. And he has your first heat win of our top 24. 2nd going to go to Valprim Beldrone. 3rd to Proximo. 4th to the Ice Cheetah. 901 Tony. He's an anonymous guy. In 5th, and Inol 13. Round out these 6 in our first heat. Heat number 2 of our first round, getting set to go green. First ace to chase is Pavelos, but again, we run 3 times every match. Now, you get 2 aces, kind of what was the inspiration to the Chase the Ace format that we so know and love. 2 wins, 0 lock. Pretty much the same thing here, mathematically. 2 aces would be good. And Pavelos back in the lead. Valprim still running 2nd. Ice Cheetah, well, he's your mover. He was 4th in the first heat. Now he's up into 3rd. So that could work. Proximo is running 4th. He was 3rd in the first heat. So those are our 2 to watch here, especially on heat number 2. Looked like we may have had some issues there for Proximo. Saw some prop damage pop up. But he is hot on the heels of Ice Cheetah. We're talking about the yellow and the orange right now in that battle for 3rd. And that could decide that transfer position into the winner's bracket. 4th, 5th, and 6th going into the consolation bracket. And this one could be a banger with them, especially if they're tied for points into the 3rd round. The Ice Cheetah is just ahead of Proximo again. Proximo needs to get back into 3rd to have the slight advantage into the 3rd heat. We're on the 3rd lap of heat 2. Velocidrone and Velocidrone are separated by about a gate, and they're still 1 and 2. The Ice Cheetah and Proximo in that battle for second, third, with Ainol 13 and 901 Tony rounding out our field here on our third and final lap. Pavelos comes down from the skies, 1, 2, 3 to the checkered, and there's a pair of aces, pair of wins for Pavelos, the reigning MultiGP champion. So mathematically, Pavelos will be a lock. Still going to run this third heat, though. We still have to decide who is moving with them in second, third into our winner's bracket. Points on this one coming in. Second going to go to the Ice Cheetah. That gives him a fourth and a second. Proximo up into third. What happened to Velocidrone? I looked away, and Velocidrone finished fourth. So that gives us a three-way tie on points right now. The Ice Cheetah, Proximo, and Velocidrone are all tied with 6 points. Three-way battle for 2 positions. Those are your 3 to watch for sure here in heat number 3. Going live in less than 5. Ice Cheetah, Proximo, Velocidrone, Velocidrone. Grinding it out for those 2 transfer positions. Ainol 13 and 901 Tony could make it interesting with an ace. Maybe a second could get him third, depending how it all plays out. Now Pavelos and Velocidrone are your top 2. Ice Cheetah, Proximo, third and fourth. And we drop about a gate and a half back to Ainol 13 and 901 Tony here on the opening lap. Pavelos goes on to lap number 2. There's Velocidrone on the lap 2. Proximo, the Ice Cheetah, Ainol 13, 901 Tony now on that lead lap, lap number 2. We're at the midway point. A lap and a half in, lap and a half still to go. So watching down, look for the yellow, orange, and purple. The orange is now in second. That's Ice Cheetah. He's second on points. This other second would lock him, which means Velocidrone and Proximo racing for third in that transfer position as it sits right now, unless they're able to get by the Ice Cheetah. And it is close. Proximo now dropping another gate back. So continuing to watch Ice Cheetah and Velocidrone second and third. They maintain their positions. They're in the winner's bracket. So let's look to the yellow Proximo to see if he can make a pass to put himself top 3 winners bracket round. We are waving a checkered. Pavelos first. The Ice Cheetah second. Velocidrone, Velocidrone in third. They are your 3 to move on in our winner's bracket. Fourth in the heat, and I believe fourth overall, going to go to Proximo, 901 Tony fifth, and Ainol 13 in sixth. Looks like, yep, how they finished in that is how they are ranked on points, and so we will see Pavelos, Ice Cheetah, Velocidrone, Velocidrone in match number 6, and into the consolation bracket, we take Proximo, 901 Tony, Ainol 13 to match number 5. That was match 1, preliminary round. So much racing to get to. So much fun to be had as we start MultiGP X, the 10th year of MultiGP drone racing. Have you been here since the beginning? Have you been following since the start? Are you a new joiner? Regardless, welcome to the community. We're proud to have you and hope you can attend a global qualifier or maybe a major in the future to help us celebrate this decade of drone racing with MultiGP. Next event on our big program, of course, is celebrating a milestone, 9 years of Mayhem. Mayhem, the only team race. And 80 pilots. We're talking thousands upon thousands of lipos, 12 hours of racing, all limited to a 24,000K RPM motor limit. Everyone using the exact same props as well. It is coming up March 21. If you are in the greater Dallas, Texas region, come and join us, hang out on the sidelines. A great day watching drone racing, line of sight, and FPV. Of course, if you're not able to make the trip to Dallas, then we'll be coming at you live here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Put it in your calendar, March 21, the second day of spring. What a great way to kick off MultiGP X IRL in real life events. Mayhem 9. Our thanks to Fly533 donating 2 Pro Spec frames. We just gave one to Neukel, winner of our next 24. We're going to give out one of those frames to the winner of this afternoon's top 24 as well. We love them. Fly533.com. We're at match number 2. In this one, we have Apex from Canada, Lucky Nemo from Russia, Sloth Fuel from US of A, Platinair from Russia, Halo Walker from Denmark, and Chad M from Denmark. Wonder if he knows Chris M FPV. Let's go green. Pilots, arm your quads. We are live in less than 5. I was getting in my ear. Yeah, it is Chris M FPV. Yeah, I was getting that in my ear. Top 4, the 2024 MultiGP Championship. I also have a cheat sheet. So I have the Velocidrone names. I also have the MultiGP names. Chad M doing all right. But your leader right now, Halo Walker, no stranger to the sim. I remember him racing with us the MultiGP Sim International Open. Hit some podiums in that. He is a beast, watching him on VRL as well. And right now trading places back and forth with Platinair of Russia. A Russian pilot in the yellow leading the charge. Remember, each and every time we go green, we're running the group 3 times. Finish points matter each time we go green. Top 3 going in the winner bracket from the preliminary round. Bottom 3 into our redemption bracket. We're on lap number 2. Platinair now getting a gate between him and the rest of the field. Halo Walker getting by that gate, and Halo Walker. Platinair and Halo Walker trading places up at the front on top of each other. Now Platinair pulling ahead just a little bit. Now we look to some big movers here. It's not all about number 1 and number 2. Apex making the big move. He was your bottom seed in this heat. He's running 3rd. And Chad M, a.k.a. Chris M FPV, he is now making a push. He is breaking the top 3 as they all are working on the tail end of lap number 3. About to go to our checkered. Halo Walker was leading, but our first win is going to go to Platinair across the line. No, Halo Walker. Halo Walker with a recovery at the end. What is the difference on that? 0.004. 4 thousandths of a second. Halo Walker 03 ahead of Platinair. Now you heard me kind of call the end and go, whoa, what happened? My monitor feed was on Halo Walker. And we had Platinair in front of us. But by 4 thousandths of a second, win on that one going to go to Halo Walker. Your high seed in this one, right? No, he was 7th. He was 4th seed, I believe, in this one. Let's go green again. Halo Walker, your first ace to chase, and he has a rough start. Chris M, Chad M, you're got the whole shot, dropped the position, and now back in the lead. Running order here at the start. Chad M, Platinair, Sloth but faster. Lucky Nemo, Apex. There's 6 pilots. And right now, your top 4 all separated by a gate. Top 5 separated by a gate. And your leader still Chad M. Out front, Platinair running 2nd. Platinair was robbed of an ace. Going to try and get it here on this 2nd round. Looks like a little bit of issue there with the bow tie section. But as he comes up on the launch and the dive, he is now hot on the heels of Chad M. As you watch the line of sight cameras, Chad M, your leader in red, Platinair in the orange, is just 5 feet behind him. Less than 1.5 meters. Holy, we're got it going on. Talk about an eSport tournament, nail biter, and we are just starting here this afternoon. Heat 2 of match number 2. We'll have like over 45 heat races. This is one for the ages. Chad M still holding off the field here on lap number 3. But Platinair is hot behind him. We're talking about 3 feet on top of him now. Will a pass happen here for Platinair ahead of Chad M? They're going up high to the elevated gate to the 300 level. Now down low to the checker. Looks like Chad M's got it. Chad M holds him off. And so that works for Chad M. A third and a first now. Third and a first for Chad M. That should put him first on points. Platinaire, actually, we got a huge tie for points right now. Chad M with an ace, a first and a third. Halo Walker with a first and a third. And then Platinaire, a pair of seconds. So right now, they're all tied on points. Aces don't matter here in the preliminary rounds, the winner's bracket, the redemption bracket. Aces only matter when we get to the final. But there's a three-way tie for the top three positions. Apex, Sloth Fuel, and Lucky Nemo need an ace, maybe a second mathematically, but a win here if they want to break the top three and go into that winner's bracket. Otherwise, they're grinding it out in the redemption bracket. We're underway. Halo Walker had the early lead. Now Platinaire up in the lead. Now Chad M back in the lead. Platinaire has the is part of that three-way tie for points and has an ace that has eluded him, and now the field eludes him. He drops to the back of the pack. Chad M now getting a little bit of room. He's about 15, 20 feet ahead of Halo Walker, is now up into second. Sloth, but faster. Remember I said looking for that ace? Well, now he's just a gate back behind our leaders in third. Lucky Nemo is in, well, a gate and a half back from our leader in fourth. And Platinaire climbing up the ranks. Apex is doing all right as well. Less than 5 gates separating all 6 pilots here. About 2/3 of the way through. Now 2/3 of the way through. 1/3 to go. White flag about to fly as your leader Chad M goes through and on to lap number 3. Halo Walker still right behind him, but Chad M is currently enjoying about a 20-foot lead. Chad M could get a pair of aces back to back. No, he'll be rocking it out. The celebration will start a little early, getting that pace going. We came to race drones with that momentum, that heat, that adrenaline pump, and now you're looking at Chris M FPV in the red, pulling ahead. Now it's a 30-foot lead. Halo Walker was closest to him, and the checkered flag is flown. Chad M, that's his second win, so a third and a pair of aces for Chad M to move on in our winner's bracket. Halo Walker pulling up second in this one. That'll give him a first, a second, and a third. Good enough for second place points. Platinaire pulling up third. That gives him a pair of seconds and a third. And he'll be third overall in the match to move on with Halo Walker 03 and Chad M into our winner's bracket. Match number 6. Sloth Fuel, Apex, and Lucky Nemo down into our redemption bracket. Match number 5. A break of about 3. That was match 2. Holy. Coming up next, match number 3 featuring the Bob, Red Sheep, Bernie FPV, Gotti FPV, Kushang Solanki, and Sim Drone. Right after we visit with a couple friends of MultiGP. In match number 3, let's take a look at your pilots about to fly from your left to right. We should see the Bob from Walla Walla, Washington, USA, Red Sheep from Russia, Bernie FPV from Brandenburg, Kentucky, USA, Gotti FPV from Switzerland, Kushang Solanki of Mumbai, India, and Drone from Tennessee. You know, the 901 FPV going to blowing it up for a drone. Good luck, pilots. We're going to run you 3 times. Top 3 going to the winners bracket. Bottom 3 going to the consolation bracket. We're going live in less than 5. Off to the races we go. The bomb with the hole shot. Know that in practice they're doing a lot of hole shot practice, and he is making it work. He's also your high seed in this one. In fact, as I look to your running order, your top 3 are as they are seated here in this preliminary round. Actually, now your top 4. Now, looks like a drone is your biggest mover. He was your low seed of this group. 6 in seeding, now up into 4th. That means he's up a weight class and going to be bringing some momentum. Field getting on to lap number 2, continuing to chase the Bob. And then we drop back just a little bit to Red Sheep in yellow. He is about 20 feet back, running 2nd. Bernie FPV in 3rd, about 30 feet back from Red Sheep in 3rd. Simadrone running in the number 4 spot. Then Gody, then Kushang Solanki working on lap number 2, about to wave a white flag here for the Bob. He gets on to lap number 3. Red Sheep is 1 gate behind him on a lap 3. Bernie FPV still running 3rd, a little bit of a gap, and Adrone still up in 4th. The Gody FPV now trying to bump a drone a position. Gody FPV in the red, coming up on the light blue of a drone in that battle for 4th, 5th. Looks like a move there at the front or near the front. Bernie FPV now sliding by Red Sheep into 2nd. And on lap 3, not sure if it's going to be enough to catch the Bob. Nope, the Bob is already done. And he just did a heads up FPV style finish right there. Heads up FPV with the 2019 MultiGP Championship. I'm going to record it, see if we can play it back a little bit later on. He went through the gate, punched it, and then disarmed into the front row seating area. Wild. Win going to the Bob, 2nd to Bernie FPV, Red Sheep 3rd, Adrone 4th, Gody FPV 5th, and then 6 to Kashang Solanki. That was heat 1, 2 to go. Let's go green on heat number 2. Off to the races we go. Looks like the Bomb got the whole shot. Then you had Simadrone up at the lead for a little bit. Now Simadrone in the lead. Now Red Sheep. We are all grinding out there. Top 5 pilots in a 5-way battle for the lead as you look on the top down. Now that purple in the front, that's the Bob. The yellow is the Red Sheep. You saw him just sneak ahead there for a hair. It's still the Bob just ahead of Red Sheep and a drone running 3rd. He has both of them in his sights. He's only about 10 feet back from them here on lap number 2. Now you got Gody FPV. He's running 4th. He is just a mere 2 meters away from the top 3 here on lap number 2. The Bomb has about a 5 feet lead over the rest of the field. This one could be a banger. Remember, the Bomb won the first heat. He has the first ace. And now Red Sheep, who was 3rd the first time around, is looking to get a 2nd, if not better, as he's keeping that pressure on from lap 2 into lap 3. Red Sheep has got the Bob in his sights, looking to make that move in the seating stitch it up section. And no, the Bob gapped him a little bit there, but a tight line for Red Sheep. He's caught back up to the Bob again here on lap number 3. Over the hurdle, behind the flags, over to that kind of bow tie section with the hurdle, over to the middle. We're about to go to the elevated section. The Bob is still leading. Red Sheep going to try and get his first ace. Will he be able to do it? Bob says no. And it is all the Bob, 2 for 2, a pair of aces for the Bob. Red Sheep getting 2nd. That gives him a 3rd and a 2nd. Bernie FPV 3rd. That's going to tie him with Red Sheep on points, so the 2nd and 3rd as well. Gotti 4th in the heat and 4th overall. Kushang Solanki 6th in this heat, 5th over and 6th overall. That's going to put Adrone to the 4th and a 5th right now in 5th. 9 points. Adrone looking to get an ace. Try and get in that top 3. We've been looking at this format a bunch here today with our next 24 into our top 24. So when you're looking at top 3 pilots all getting 1st, 2nd, 3rd each time, it is difficult to break that top 4. Red Sheep was leading the Bob now here on heat number 3, pushing himself back in the lead. Red Sheep is right with them side by side. Both of them going to that elevated section here on the opening lap. The Bob still holding off Red Sheep. They go on to lap number 2. Bernie FPV running third right behind him. Has them in his sights. Some great chase cam there. We see if we can award a different ace, right? Like 2 aces of the Bob. Will Red Sheep or Bernie get one in this one? Gaudy FPV running fourth. He has the top 3 within reach as well. He's only about 20 feet out of the top 3. I'll give him a 5th, a 4th, and a 3rd. Someone else gets up there with him. That could be enough to put him in the winner's bracket. We're on lap number 3. The Bob. Then Red Sheep. 20-foot lead, Bob over Sheep. Bernie FPV about 30 feet back in 3rd. And he has about a 30 feet lead over Gaudy FPV in 4th. So this one isn't as tight as the last one. As the checkered flies, the Bob goes 3 for 3. And here inside of our top 16, or top 24 rather, that's our first sweep. It goes to the Bob. Moving on in our winner's bracket to match number 8. Second in the heat and second overall going to Red Sheep. Going to move to match number 8 as well. Third in the heat and third overall to Bernie FPV. Those 3 going to match number 8 in our winner's bracket. Then into our redemption bracket, we'll take Gaudy FPV, who was 4th in match 3. Kushang Solanki, who was 6th in match 3, and A Drone, who was 5th in heat 3. They will go down to the redemption bracket, match number 7. That was match number 3. Well, we got so many great things going on at the MultiGP store. I don't know if you've checked it out lately. Shop.multigp.com. You go to shop.multigp.com. That's your place to get all your drone racing obstacles, all your components. Your 5x5, we call them chapter size gates. Your 7x6, champ size gates. You can buy them by the single, buy them by the bundle. Looks like our chapter size gates currently have a 5-star rating. But we also got your checkered start finish gates, bundles, etc., etc. Also, we got your t-shirts, hoodies, hats, clothing, bags, mugs, mouse pads, tumblers, games and puzzles. You can travel and show your drone racing officialness. Would that be the term? Look at this travel kit. Now you are going to turn heads. Not only do you have a bunch of quads on your backpack, but imagine this is your luggage right here. Like, oh, that guy must be going to a drone race. When you go through, I mean, I like it. I love it. You got, now maybe you're going on a short trip, right? Maybe you just need the duffel bag. They come in blue, dark pink, and navy. All your gear. You can definitely fill your flight line here, huh? I like it. MultiGP branded gear. Of course, once you get to the race, you need to enjoy your beverage, right? We have all your drinkware in the MultiGP store, shop.multigp.com. Love these tumblers here in 2025. Be a champ today, huh? I like it. I love it. Show your MultiGP spirit. World's largest drone racing league. Also, take some soup, take some coffee, share with all your pit mates with your vacuum insulated tumbler available at the MultiGP shop.
Olivier, please join the race.
Looks like it comes in red, black, navy, and white as well. Why not? So much available in the MultiGP store, and we're going to give one lucky pilot a chance to get 10% off anything. They can even get the Pro Spec frame, the MultiGP shop. And our first winner of a 10% coupon off the shop is going to be a drone. Congratulations, a drone. I heard a woo in the background. A drone getting a discount code, 10% off the MultiGP store. There is so much to do, so much to see on the shop. And you can visit there, shop.multigp.com. We're at match number 4. This one has our TQ in it. We're going green in less than 5. Oh, it sounds like we are missing a pilot. We'll restart the race. All right, going for real. Neukel, our bump up from the next 24 from USA. Bend FPV from Canada. Yuki FPV, a former World Cup champion from Japan. Cali from the US of A. Lavoy FPV from France. And West FPV from the USA as well. Our TQ of our top qualifier for our new joiners here of the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Tournament. West FPV was leading and trading places back and forth with Yuki FPV, the blue and the orange, what we're watching there at the front. Neukel running third. Our bump up from the top 24 is keeping up with our top qualifier. There's Cali in the mix as well. Was up into second, now in fourth, but right now less than a gate separating our top 5. Throw in Bend. There's like 3 gates separating our tops, all 6 pilots in this one. And Yuki FPV, now your leader on lap number 2, taking the field on to lap number 3. West FPV down into second. Cali up into third. Neukel still in fourth. And Livio in fourth now, or in fifth, now up into fourth. Bend FPV running 6th. Yuki is able to hold him off and now putting a whole bunch of track in between him and the rest of the field. Has about a 30-meter lead at least as the orange is flying away with it here on lap number 3 from the 300 level down to the infield and to our checkered. Yuki getting our first win here in match number 4. So Yuki was 16th overall in qualifying in our next 24 as we have him seated in here. Yuki was the 4th seed in this group and he just got the first ace. Cali, who was the 3rd overall seed in this heat, just pulled up 2nd. Neukel, who was our bump up, pulled up 3rd. Levio FPV in 4th. West FPV, our top qualifier, in 5th. And then Bend FPV in 6th. About to go green here in less than 5. Now, when we get to match number 14, the final, the top 6, we'll be doing Chase the Ace, which means we could have Ironman mode engaged. And even though our top qualifier pulled a 5th in the first heat, we will be looking at the overall. If West is able to redeem himself from that 5th place finish and finish first in this group, he'll have Ironman engaged in that final 6, which we can talk about then. But right now, he's trying to make that happen. He's running 2nd, keeps trading places back and forth with Yuki, our winner of match number 1, or heat number 1. Now West FPV ahead of Yuki. Yuki giving chase. Yuki back in front of West FPV. The orange and the blue. West in blue. Yuki in orange. Your top 2. West just pushing ahead of Yuki again. Trying to redeem himself. Get an ace. Now it is your total of the 3. It's not your best 2 finishes. Now West is holding off Yuki. As they finish up lap number 2, Yuki will get the official lead onto lap number 3. West pushes back in front of him again. Now, if you're looking at the ranking leaderboard, it's a little bit different, but I've been on board with Yuki, and I keep watching West jump up in the number 1 spot. Now I'm watching Yuki. Now I'm watching West creep by again. So holy, this one could come down to the 100th or the 1000th of a second. Checkered flag about to fly, and it looks like Yuki will get his 2nd ace in a row. West FPV finishing up second, finishing 0.3 of a second back behind Yuki in second. Cali FPV third this time around, giving her a second and a third, half a second out of second on that one. Levio FPV in fourth, Cali in fifth, and Bend FPV in sixth. So Neukel got third in that one. So Yuki, West, Neukel, your top three. Then Levio, Cali, Bend FPV. So let's take a look at those points. Points are pretty interesting right now. Yuki, obviously, 2 wins. That has him in first. Then we have Neukel, a pair of thirds, has him in second. Then we have West FPV and Cali tied in third with a pair of seventh. That's each of them with a second and a fifth. So it comes down to this third and final heat for at least that third position right now. A pair of thirds right now looks to be enough to break it. West FPV, our top qualifier, your leader again. This time he has a little bit more of a lead over Yuki, back again in second. It's kind of like deja vu all over again here on this Groundhog Day. I feel like Bill Murray. We just keep living this one over and over again. West FPV and Yuki, 1 and 2. Neukel running third. Cali, Levio right with him, and Bend FPV pretty close as well. On board with Ben, I'm taking a little look. I see pretty much all the quads right in front of him. That means he could have a chance to lead this one. They're just about done. Lap number 2, another lap to go. Your leader, still West FPV, about to go on to lap number 3. There he goes. On to 3, we take him. Yuki is about 5-10 feet back, still running second. Cali up into third, just ahead of Neukel. Neukel has a top 3 in his sights as he sits in fourth. And Levio FPV is hot on the heels of Neukel. Holy. I mean, fifth has first within his sights right now, and the other 4 quads in front of him as well. Holy. Lap 3 complete. West FPV getting his first ace in the match. He gets the win over Yuki in second. They're separated by just under 1/10 of a second. Cali pulls up third here in the heat. Neukel fourth in the heat. Levio FPV fifth in the heat. Bend FPV sixth in the heat. And so we'll take a look at those points, and it looks like it comes to a motocross rules separation. First and second decided. Yuki, a pair of aces in a second. That gives him first. West FPV a fifth, a second and a first. That gives him second. Then we have a tie between Cali and Neukel. Cali was second, third, fifth for a total of 10. Neukel was third, fourth for a total of 10. Tiebreaker was heat number 3. Cali was third. Neukel was fourth. And so Cali will join Yuki and West FPV in the winner's bracket, match number 8. That'll take Neukel, Levio FPV, and Bend FPV to match number 7 in that redemption bracket. No eliminations, no tiers as of yet. That was match number 4. Well, I can't believe it. Holy, cannot believe that it is almost global qualifier season. Yes, sir. 2025. It is the 10th year of MultiGP. It's the 10th year of MultiGP, and so that kicks things off here with our eSport tournament and Velocidrone for Pro Spec Championship. We have Mayhem coming up. We have International Open coming up. But, of course, the MultiGP Championship is coming up, and that is comprised of our global qualifier season. We have global qualifier tracks set up around the world. Last year, global qualifiers were held in 18 different countries. Pilots in 21 different countries were globally ranked. There was just over 900 different pilots globally ranked. From there, we invited the best of the best to attend the MultiGP Championship and MultiGP Sport Championship, and that all stems from the global qualifier. And so to commence our global qualifying season, we have our global qualifier track submission contest. Winner of this, I believe, gets an International Open ticket, but also the notoriety of being a GQ selected track designer. The submission period is open as of now, right now, opened yesterday. You have from now until the 17th to design a track in Velocidrone and submit it. The cutoff is February 17th. From there, the judges will cull all the submissions down to each of the judges' top 2, which I believe turns 6 tracks over to the community. The community will vote beginning of March, and the official release will be March 21 of the first global qualifier track. That track will be released to the community, and chapter organizers can then begin building the track and hosting global qualifiers. The first day of global qualifiers in 2025 will be March 28th. You can find a global qualifier near you at multigp.com. But for all those that like designing tracks or think that they can, well, now's your time to try with our MultiGP Global Qualifier Track Submission Contest. Entries are open. Go to multigp.com, hit the Global Qualifier link, or go to multigp.com/2025GQ. Find out how you can become a famous track designer in the world of drone racing, sim and IRL in real life. Yes, sir. Match number 5, I believe we're about set to go. Green, this is an elimination race. Means the bottom 3, when these next 3 heats are done, will be eliminated just inside that top 24. We have Lucky Nemo of Russia, Apex from Alberta, Canada, Sloth Fuel from the US of A. We also have Einol 13 from Malaysia, and 901 Tony and Proximo from the United States of America. We are underway. Match number 1. Proximo leading. This is the final lap. He is about a 6-gate lead. Apex and Sloth are the closest for a position change here, but this one is done almost as fast as it started. Finish order will be Proximo, Apex, Sloth, Einol, Lucky Nemo, 901 Tony. Match number 1. Round 2, heat number 2. First ace to chase is Proximo. You want to be top 3 to stay alive. In the redemption bracket, off to the races we go. Einol 13 with the hole shot in this one. Malaysia making a statement. Now we see a little bit of a switch up. Looked like an issue for Einol, dropping down into 5th, moving Proximo back up to the number 1 spot. Sloth making a move, this time up into 2nd. He finished 3rd in the first heat and getting a little better. Looks like he actually has the leader Proximo in his sights here on lap number 1. They're both going to the high 300 section, down to the infield on lap 1, onto lap number 2. Proximo, Sloth, there's Lucky Nemo, Einol 13, and 901 Tony onto that lead lap. Don't count out Apex. Apex getting onto lap number 2 as well. All 6 working on that second lap. Yes, sir. So Proximo already has an ace and gap in the field here a little bit. Had some issues in his earlier round and now looks to be sitting pretty good. He was in our first match of the afternoon of our top 24, the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament. He has a first. Going to try and collect another first here. He's got about a 4-gate lead. Sloth in fine form in 2nd. That's going to give Sloth probably a 2nd and a 3rd. Pretty good chance to remain in the competition. And Einol 13 looking to break the top 3 here in points. Combined with his 4th from the earlier round, looking pretty good. Lucky Nemo pulls up 4th in the heat. That gives him a 5th and a 4th. 901 Tony with a 5th. That gives him a 6th and a 5th. And so that was a rough round for Apex. Apex was 2nd in the first heat. Everyone else shuffled up, and Apex pulled up as 6th. So looking at those points, Proximo leads on points. Sloth is in 2nd. Einol 13 is in 3rd. Apex is in 4th. Lucky Nemo is in 5th. And 901 Tony in 6th. For the top 3, well, 901 Tony pretty much needs a win in this last heat. Lucky Nemo probably needs a 2nd or better. Apex needs a 2nd or better. Ino, Sloth, and Proximo, top 3 or better. They should still be in the competition. Just about done. Lap number 1. We're in the high side, now low side end of the lap here for Proximo, Sloth, and Lucky Nemo. Your top 3, first 3 on to lap number 2. Ino 13 running 4th and definitely trying to scrub that first round. We'll see. This it's going to come down to some points here. This last one is really the heat. We need a breakout run. We need a TQ run on this one. The points are too close. Too close to calculate. As Proximo continues to gap the field. Sloth has a little bit of breathing room. And then watching Lucky Nemo and Ino 13 battling it out here for 3rd. Lucky Nemo has 9 points. Ino has 7. On the final lap, getting set to wave a checkered flag. Here comes Proximo across the line. Proximo sweeps it. 3 wins to stay alive. Sloth, a 2nd. That gives him a 3rd and a pair of 2nds. That's going to put him in. And now we look at the remaining points. 3rd in this heat to Lucky Nemo. 4th in the heat to Ino 13. 5th in the heat to 901 Tony. And 6th in the heat to Apex. And so looking at points, no ties. Proximo 3 wins, moving on. Sloth Fuel, a pair of 2nds and a 3rd, moving on. And Ino, a pair of 4ths and a 3rd, moving on. Lucky Nemo will be 4th by 1 point. Apex 5th and 901 Tony 6th. That is going to put them 24th, 23rd, 22nd overall of our top 24, the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Championship. We're going to be back here with match number 6 in just a moment. Super excited for some of their new technology. We're going to feel that HD resolution with near zero latency, hd-0.com. Well, MultiGP celebrating its 10th anniversary here in 2025. I want to thank our many partners that have been there since the very beginning. Of course, Team Black Sheep that we've been talking about, the very first sponsors, and every single year a partner of MultiGP, team-blacksheep.com. They were and still are the name that leads the game when it comes to analog video transmitters. But of course, they got that control link that's renowned, and big things in wings as well. Real serious toys at Team-Black Sheep since the very beginning. 10 years. What a milestone. Speaking about 10 years, we also want to thank another partner celebrating a 10-year anniversary with MultiGP. That is Superior One Roofing, the premier local roofing contractor with 40 years of experience and thousands of roofing projects under their belt. Why have just a regular roof when you can have a superior one? SuperiorOneRoofing.com with locations in Florida and Texas. And celebrating that 10-year anniversary with us. We're at match number 6. There's a look at our lineup that we're about to feature here in a mere moment. From your right to left, you have Pavelos, the reigning MultiGP champion, representing Poland. From Oregon, USA, the Ice Cheetah, second from left. Third from left, from Russia, that is Velocidrone. Last year was top 25 on the global qualifying, or top 75 on the global qualifying list. We were just talking about our GQ list. Then we have Chad M, top 5 of the 2024 MultiGP Championship. You may know him as Chris M FPV, representing Denmark. He was top 25 on the global qualifying list last year. Beside him, Halo Walker 03 from Denmark as well. Was inside the top 110 in the global qualifying list. Was Germany. That's from Germany, right? Yeah. I'm not up on the 2-letter ones. It messes me up with the states and that. He's from Germany. Simmer down, Scully. My bad. DE is Germany. From Germany, Halo Walker 03. 7th in qualifying in the eSport tournament. And finally, from Russia, Platinair. 10th in qualifying here this week. Those are the 6 pilots, and I believe they are set to fly. I'll look even more silly. They had the flags on the screen everyone was looking at. I was looking at text. My bad. I'm learning. Not going to get my Olympic invite as of yet. This is match number 6. This is the winner's bracket. So the top 3 are going to go to the semifinal. Match 11. The reigning MultiGP champion is leading this one, and Chad M FPV. 2 pilots that we featured at the 2024 MultiGP Championship Final 4 are your top 2 here in this winner's bracket race. And then the German pilot running 3rd with Halo Walker 03. America's the Ice Cheetah running 4th. And then Velocidrone and Platinair. Now we run each group 3 times. Their finish positions, deciding which 3 of the 6 advancing to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. And we're about done lap number 2, and we have a battle for the number 2 spot. A 3-way battle for second between Halo Walker, Chad M, and the Ice Cheetah. 3 of them on top of each other right now, grinding it out for second, third, fourth. Pavelos is out front, but he has another 3 pilots right behind him. And they keep trading places again and again and again here on this 3rd and final lap. Let's see if we see some passes on those 3 last gates. Up high to the 300 section. Down we go to the checkered. There's Pavelos, Halo Walker, the Ice Cheetah, Chad M, and Velocidrone, followed by Platinair. What a finish right there. Less than 1.2 seconds separating not the top 2, not the top 3, not the top 4, the top 5. Finishing up like that. Platinair finishing up in the number 6 spot. Points are in. First win awarded. Heat number 2 going green. Whole shot in this one. Going to go to Halo Walker 03. And we'll see if we can keep that pressure up. So that one was pretty much a 5-way battle right to the checkered line. And this one looks to be about the same. I keep going on whoever's in 6th, and that changes. All of a sudden, we go by everybody and up to near the lead. However, that number 1 pole position, P1, still held by the pilot with the P, Pavelos, reigning MultiGP champion. Up in the number 1 spot, Chris M or Chad M, still running 2nd. Halo Walker into 3rd. Now we got a little bit of a gap. We're talking about 3 feet, 4 feet between the rest of the field. Now we got Chad M, Halo Walker, Valprim, 3-way battle for 2nd. And looks like Pavelos now about 15 feet, 5 meters ahead of the field. That is not a lot. But if you're Pavelos on the sticks, that is more than enough to get 2 aces and be a guaranteed lock to go to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. 4th, 5th, and 6th going to the redemption bracket. We're on the 3rd and final lap. All 6 pilots are on the final lap, separated by a gate and a half. This is going to be another one to be calculated by the thousandth of a second at the checkered. Pavelos going up to the 300 level. There's Halo Walker right behind him. The Ice Cheetah making a move up into third ahead of Valprim. This one, boom. There's Pavelos, Halo Walker, the Ice Cheetah, Valprim in fourth, Platner in fifth, Chad M in sixth. So 0.7 of a second, Pavelos ahead of everyone else, and everyone else only separated by 0.9 of a second. A tighter finish between second and sixth on that one over the rest of the field. So we know just one thing right now. Pavelos moving to the semifinal of the winner's bracket. He's got 2 wins, mathematically a lock, which means Ice Cheetah, Valprim, Velocidrone, Chad M, Halo Walker 03, Platner. Those 2 transfer positions to remain in the winner's bracket could be anyone's. Especially when you're looking at finishes. 0.9 of a second between second through sixth. 1.2 seconds on the entire field. So now 1.2 is the entire field. I get it. That 0.9 of a second is what really matters because Pavelos is in the lead. And if he gets his win, it doesn't matter anyway. Pavelos is only just a small piece of the equation in those finish points. Now, let's see a little switch up. Halo Walker just peeked up at the front. Wanted to see how it felt up front. Now the Ice Cheetah is on top of Pavelos. Pavelos back in the lead. The Ice Cheetah up into second, and he is going to try and creep up there. Chad M battling it out with the Ice Cheetah right now in second. They're on top of each other. That's your tightest battle, but you also got the rest of the field, other than Platner, who had some issues, right behind them as well. We're on the third and final lap here for everyone other than Platner. He is now trying to catch up onto that third lap, but I don't think it's going to matter there. The Ice Cheetah, Chad M, Valprim, Halo Walker, 4-way battle literally for second. The Ice Cheetah back up into second. Chris M back up into the second. They're back and forth here for second. It could be the difference of who goes winner's bracket, who goes redemption bracket, as they all go up to the 300 level and down to the checkered line. Pavelos across the line. Chad M pulling up second. The Ice Cheetah in third, Valprim in fourth, Halo Walker fifth, Platner in sixth. How does that stack up the points? Woof, a little bit of a tie. For second and third. Pavelos sweeps it, 3 aces. He's first. The Ice Cheetah and the Ice Cheetah had 3 thirds. That's 9. Halo Walker 03 had a pair of seconds and a fifth. That's 9. And so that's good enough to put them in the semifinal, the winner's bracket, match number 11. Pavelos, Ice Cheetah, Halo Walker 03, moving up to match 11. Journey not done for Chad M, Valprim, Velocidrone, and Platner. You're back in the redemption bracket, match number 9 when we get there. Great racing right there. That was match number 6, right? 6. Coming up 7. Well, we got all that great stuff in the MultiGP shop that I was showing you earlier. Hoodies, tumblers, frames, gates. Let's take our field of the top 24 and award another big discount coupon to someone in the top 24 to the MultiGP shop. Maybe they will grab one of those new limited edition t-shirts. Let's get ready to spin the wheel of names. See who is going to be our winner. And there is the spin. And it is it Bend or is it Yuki? It's Bend FPV. It's 2 batteries. 2 batteries. Or the green one. That battery. This battery. Canon. Nope. There. That one. Bend FPV, congratulations. You just got 10% off of the store. MultiGP shop. Bend FPV. Sounds like we are looking for another pilot. So while we have a second, I want to show you, if you haven't had a chance to check out these limited edition shirts, I'm a big fan. I didn't even know that I'm featured on a limited edition shirt. Here's your buddy Scully. How about it right there? Live in less than 5. That's how you could look right there. Gray on the back, Hardy on the back. Here we are. Celebrating 10 years with a limited edition t-shirt on the Shop and MultiGP's store, shop.multigp.com. You can get the full set. Yes, sir. The guys there in the very beginning are founder and CEO of MultiGP, Chris Thomas. Don't mess with VTX Power. A great t-shirt. I'm going to put my order in. And Bend FPV, our latest winner, getting 10% off on the shop. These shirts, these limited edition shirts, come with black stitching, and they go from $31 to $40. I guess the 3XL. So you could be saving like almost $5 on a 3XL version of that. That'd be great. You can make a tent out of it. Yes, sir. That's available at shop.multigp.com. It sounds like we are waiting for one pilot to get in. It sounds like one pilot taking a knee as well. Sounds like Neukel's journey is coming to an end with us here this afternoon. It was race number 7. So this is a redemption bracket race or an elimination race. So now you just don't need to be 5th, right? We only have 5 missing Neukel in this one. We'll have Velocidrone, Gotti FPV, Kushang Solanki, Levio FPV, and Bend FPV. As we do a little attendance and get our last pilot in, we will be going green here momentarily.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true. Dream on.
YouTube says party on the back, Scully in the front. I love it. Party on both sides. Yes, sir. Two Dogs is dang sexy. Yeah, those are. Especially the Chris Thomas one. Big fan, big fan. So another good one here earlier from Not Sure. We were talking about Proximo, who's continuing on here in the comp. Not Sure says, since Proximo is fitting an eSport, I guess flying Since Proximo is flying an eSport event as a wrecked pilot, does that make him an erect pilot? I would say yes. Big fan of Wrecked as well, one of our great partners, MultiGP Drone Racing. Been spending a lot of time at the International Open, MultiGP Champs, part support at other MultiGP majors. Great friends and great fans of ours. Thank you to our friends at Wrecked. Also want to thank Velocidrone, of course. Sometimes we skip over it, just kind of seems assumed. But Velocidrone is the official sim of MultiGP. Obviously, an FPV sim with online multiplayer, single player, offline multiplayer game modes. Also combat. You can race live against opponents, race against the clock and your peers, or even race offline against recordings of other pilots. So name a pilot. Neukel is not here. Was undoubtedly one of the best sim pilots ever. You can actually race against him again and again and again and again and study his lines in the Nemesis mode. You can design tracks, so much more. A great way to fine-tune your flying in the official sim of MultiGP. Thank you, Velocidrone. We have started a race. We should have 5 pilots in this. We were waiting for the 5th. And so got to hit some buttons here behind the scenes, see what is going on over there. They're still trying to work on it in the back. Yes, sir. Got some new partners the end of 2024 into 2025. Highboy, e-scooters and e-bikes, kids' bikes. We got the chance to demo those at the 2024 MultiGP Championship. Good time. Thank you, Highboy, highboy.com. Based in New York, I believe. Also another new partner that I'm a huge fan of, Blue Eddy. Yes, sir. Technology pioneer in clean energy. Blue Eddy is committed to a sustainable future by providing green energy storage solutions for indoor and outdoor use. These are great. This is a non-endemic sponsor, they call it. What would be an endemic sponsor? Well, that'd be like motors company, frame company, FPV supplier. That's endemic. That's within your industry, right? That's like watching NASCAR and seeing Toyo tires. Makes sense. Non-endemic would be Coca-Cola. Watching NASCAR. I mean, maybe they drink Coca-Cola, but you can still drive a car without a Coca-Cola. Most people. Diet Coke, that's a different question. However, non-endemic partners, new ones, Blue Eddy came to the fruition, but there's one that sure they're not renowned in FPV, but what a great way to go to a field, not worry about running a generator, just run off the Blue Eddy all day. We had Blue Eddy at the 2024 champs. And then after that, I saw in Australia, they ran an entire flight line on Blue Eddy. Amazing stuff, Blue Eddy. We're underway. We got our 5 pilots in play. Goaty FPV is our leader. Now you got Sim A-Drone trading places back and forth with Goaty FPV. This is a redemption bracket race. And looks like this is already our 2nd round. Yes, sir. First ace was awarded to Goaty FPV. 2nd in the first race went to A-Drone. They're trading places again, 1st and 2nd. Right now, Kushang Solanki was running 3rd, was 4th in the first heat, so that could work. Now there's Bend up into 3rd. Bend was 3rd in the first heat. So for that 3rd position, looks like it's going to be a nail biter. We get onto that final lap here with A-Drone, Goaty FPV, Bend FPV onto that last lap, Kushang Solanki onto that last lap, and Levio FPV about to get on to lap number 3 as well. A-Drone out front, Goaty FPV now making a pass by A-Drone. They're on top of each other, 1 and 2 at the front. Now to the 300 level into infield. A-Drone holding off Gotti FPV, and he does. And so Gotti FPV and A-Drone trade places from the first heat. This time around, the ace goes to A-Drone. Second goes to Gotti FPV. So they're tied each with an ace and 3 points, a first and a second. Third this time around going to go to Ben. That gives him a pair of thirds. And so tons of pressure now on Kashang Solanki and Levio FPV. Kashang Solanki has a pair of fours. Levio has a pair of fifths. So looking for a win to try and change their destiny to stay alive. This is match number 7, heat number 3. This is the sudden death heat here of the matchup to try and stay in the competition. Levio FPV, your leader in the green as you look down on the track. Levio from the country of France. A-Drone making a couple position changes up into second. Gotti FPV is running third. And we got some great chase cam going on right now. Levio's still trying to hold him off. So Levio has a fifth. An ace might be enough to break the top 3, especially with Gotti and Bend. It was Bend in third. That could really open up the door, especially you look at A-Drone, who was tied for first. He's in third right now in this heat. Oh, man, we're going to have to pull out the calculator or put the Google Sheet in pro mode to figure this out. One more lap to go. Levio leading on to lap number 3 as well. So pretty much the whole shot in your leads of lap 1, 2, and now 3. And he has a huge lead over the field, about 40 feet over A-Drone and Bend FPV, who are now back and forth in second and third. That means this could be bad news for Gotti, back into 5th right now. He's about 5 gates away from the leader. He really needs to get a gear. Otherwise, that 5th place could hurt a bunch. Checkered flies. Levio is going to get the win. A-Drone second, Ben third, Gotti FPV 4th. And Kashang Solanki 5th in the heat. Now it comes down to the math. And looks good for Bend. 3/3. That is going to be 9 points. That'll put him 3rd overall. Gotti FPV a 1st, a 2nd, and a 4th. That puts him 2nd overall. And A-Drone a 1st and a pair of 2nds. He's your winner of match number 7. As he, Gotti FPV, and Bend FPV go to match number 10 in our redemption bracket. And so journey coming to an end to the pilot representing France, Levio FPV, finishing up in the number 5 spot here in match number 7. I believe that's just inside of the top 20. Kashang Solanki will be 5th here in this matchup. Levio FPV was 4th in the match. Kashang Solanki was 5th in the match. And Neukel 6th in the match, just inside the top 20. That was match number 7. Means we're coming up on match number 8 there, bottom of your screen. Winners bracket race. Top 3 in this one, advancing to the semifinal. The winners bracket versus Pavelos, the Ice Cheetah, Halo Walker 03 here in match number 8.
Thank you.
We'll be back with this stage of our winner.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Dream yourself a dream come true.
coming up June 11 through 15, 2025 at the Academy of Model Aeronautics in Muncie, Indiana. Up to 7 different tracks, 8 pilots per track at a time, sun up to sundown, Wednesday pretty much through Sunday. And then we race under the bright lights in Pro Spec at night and in the Tiny Whoop tent as well. The International Open tickets are on sale now at an advance rate discount, multigp.com. We're ready to pick up the party where we left off. We're in the winner's bracket, match number 8. Cali of America, West FPV, our top qualifier, also of America. Yuki, former International Open World Cup champion from Japan. Bernie FPV of America, Red Sheep of Russia, and the Bob, Walla Walla, Washington, USA. We're going green. Winner's bracket, top 3 to the semifinal. The winner's bracket. Good luck, pilots. We're live in less than 5. Yuki with the whole shot. There you go. Saw him on that International Open precursor video, preview video. Super stoked to go back to Indiana in a few months' time, and lots of drone racing between then and now. This is just a taste of it right here. West has led, the Bob has led, Yuki has led. I think even Red Sheep was up front, and our entire field separated by less than a gate here on the opening lap. Yes, Guy, this is one for the highlight reel right here. On to lap number 2, we take the entire field. We're separated still by just a gate, 1st through 6. The blue of West FPV was leading. Now the light blue of the Bob leading here. Bob won his preliminary matchup. Yuki won his preliminary matchup. And they're your top 2 here at the moment. Trading places again. Now it's Yuki in the yellow up in the lead. The Bob trading places back and forth with them. As we look to Red Sheep, West FPV, Cali, and Bernie FPV. Yes, that's the remaining 4. All battling out for 3rd place position here on now lap number 3, the final lap. The Bob and Yuki working their way to the high side elevated gate up into that 300 level. The Bob is about 15 feet ahead of Yuki. The Bob's at the checkered. Yuki's at the checkered. Then Red Sheep, then West FPV, Cali, and Bernie FPV. 3.1 seconds separating all 6 pilots on that one. It was a banger right there. Looking at your top 5, you're less than a second. You're less than a second. You're 0.7 seconds, 1st through 5th. The win going to the Bob, Yuki in 2nd, 3rd to Red Sheep, 4th to West FPV, 5th to Cali, 6th to Bernie. No guarantees. Right now, advantage to the Bob, but the way this is going, you could have a 1st and a pair of 6th and not make it. Here in the sim, of course, we mash that space bar. We're racing again, and we're chasing the Bob again. Now West FPV and Bob, just like we saw in the first heat, trading places 1 and 2. Then you got Yuki starting to creep in there. 3-way push for the front, with everyone else right behind him in the entire field within a gate. Again, within a gate. The light blue of the Bob in the number 1 spot. Dark blue of West FPV in 2nd. The yellow is Yuki in 3rd. Back and forth with Red Sheep in a battle for 3rd. Then Cali and Bernie FPV. Still a gate and a half separating our entire field. In fact, if you were to go on board with 6, you'd see the other 5 just in front. Holy, this is a thing of beauty right here. Great race in the Bob, still holding him off, but we can't call it a gap by any means. No, he's on. West FPV is on top of the Bob as they go on to lap number 3. Bob has an ace. West FPV was 4th in the first heat, going to try and pull a 2nd or better right now. And Yuki is on top of those 2 right now. 3-way push for the lead. Where is Red Sheep in the red? How close is he? 4-way push for the lead. Now Red Sheep up into 3rd. Now Yuki in a 3rd, a 4-way push. And Cali is only about 5 feet behind them. We go on to the final lap right now. Top 5, boom, and we're across the line. Bob, West, Red Sheep, Yuki, Cali. So totally different finish order right there. Your top 4 separated by 0.4 of a second. Now let's look at points. The Bob pair of wins sits number 1, guaranteed lock. 3-way tie on points for second. West FPV with a second and a fourth. Red Sheep with a third and a third. Yuki with another second and a fourth. That's a total of 6. Callie has a pair of fifths. Bernie has a pair of sixes. It's a winner's bracket race. 3 will go to the redemption bracket. But even those bottom 3 could break the top 3 with a win here in this third and final heat. There are no guarantees in drone racing, even in the perfect environment in Velocidrone. The Bob back in the lead. Yuki, West FPV, Red Sheep, Bernie, and Callie. 4-way battle right behind them. Yuki making a move. Yuki and West back and forth in second. They're right behind the leader as well. Could put on that pressure and call it a 3-way battle for the lead. Just about saw a pass there. Red Sheep trying to get by Yuki in the dive cube. Now you're going to put West in that mix. So the Bomb, West, Red Sheep, Yuki, Callie, Bernie, FPV, your running order. The entire field separated by a gate and a half again. We're on lap number 2, going on to lap number 3. All 6 pilots and are now on lap number 3. Haven't seen many mistakes here at all. Haven't seen much prop damage at all. They're flying flawlessly right now. Feeling that semifinal within their midst. Who's joining the Bob and the rest of the field? Bob is looking to do another sweep. Checkered flag flies and the Bob goes 3 for 3. Red Sheep, West, Yuki, Callie finishing second, third, fourth, fifth. And that was another tight finish. 1 second and a half between those 4 pilots. Bernie FPV 6 in the heat. So now we look at those points. No ties in this one. And it's a difference of 1. West FPV makes the cut. A second, a third, and a fourth for a total of 9. Gets the cut by 1 point. Yuki misses it by 1 point with a pair of fourths and a second. So we'll take West FPV, Red Sheep, and the Bob to our semifinal, the winner's bracket, match 11. Into our redemption bracket, we'll take Yuki, Callie, and Bernie back in match number 10. A break of 1. That was match number 8. There's a look at the bracket. Here is the Collegiate Drone Racing Association season is upon us. We have a Collegiate Drone Racing Sim tournament coming up soon. And of course, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Association Championship. Stoked to hear more details on that one. Well, we talked about all the great swag that is available in that MultiGP store. Let's spin the wheel of names to award another one of our top 24 pilots a coupon to save in the MultiGP shop. Wheel goes round and round. Let's see who's saving some big money. The MultiGP store. That is going to be Apex. Congratulations, Apex. You're saving 10% on the MultiGP shop. Maybe get a Pro Spec frame, maybe some course materials, maybe some of that limited edition merchandise, those collector edition t-shirts, and much, much more. The MultiGP shop. Congratulations. Match 9, it's a redemption bracket. Oof, look at this field. Did not expect to see some pilots here early, but they have a chance to make it into our final 6. From the left to right, you got Proximo, Sloth Fuel, and Oil, Chad M, Valprim, Veldrone, and Platin Air. USA, Malaysia, Denmark, Russia. Let's go green. Pilots, arm your drones. Live on the tone. We're already underway. Well, Chad M got that early lead, but again, you got a star-studded roster here in this one. You have 21st in qualifying this week, Einol 13, 14th in qualifying Sloth Fuel, 13th in qualifying Proximo, 10th in qualifying Platin Air. Then these two big gunners, Valprim Bendrone, who is 6th, and Chad M, who is 2nd. So Chad M, who is 2nd in qualifying, right now 4th in this heat. You need to be top 3. We'll see what the story is there. Proximo 13th in qualifying, going to try and stay in that top 13. And to do that, got to keep winning these redemption bracket races, those heats, the battle. We're on lap number 3. Proximo over Valprim Bendrone by about 5 feet. Chad M is about 15 feet behind them and back into 3rd. Sloth has gained a little bit of ground up into 4th. Platin Air is running 5th, and Einol 13 in the number 6 spot. As we watch Valprim and Proximo here on this final lap trading places. Maybe, oh no, Valprim Beldrone just about got that win. And we are talking a finish by 0.036. 0.03 of a second. Proximo over Valprim Bendrone on that one. Then we drop 0.7 of a second back to Chad M in 3rd. Sloth 4th. Platin Air 5th. And Einol 13 in 6th. So first win awarded to Proximo. We're going green again. This is match number 9, heat number 2. Platin Air going to get the whole shot, but race isn't won on lap number 1, nor the whole shot, as we have put everyone up in the lead for a little bit. Proximo was up there for a bit. Chad M was up there for a little bit. Sloth was up there for a little bit. Platin Air continues to sneak back up in the number 1 spot. Chad M, now your leader here in the high side section. That elevated gate up to the 300 level we go. The rest of the field hot on his heels. Chad M in the light blue. And now that purple getting up front. That's Valprim Beldrone, who is 6th in qualifying, representing Russia here this week in the eSports tournament. Running now back into 2nd, now 3rd. Proximo in the yellow, climbing up a few spots up into 2nd, as he now puts the pressure on Chad M. Just about made the pass there, and there is a pass. Valprim Bendrone now getting up into 2nd. So it's Chad M, Valprim, Proximo, 1, 2, and 3, and as they go on to that final lap, it is close. Platin Air has gone from 6th into 4th. He has the leaders within his sights. Sloth has dropped a few spots, but gaining momentum again. And now we got a battle up at the front between Chad M and Valprim Beldrone. Proximo, who got the first ace, is running 3rd right now. They're on top of each other again. Valprim with the lead, pushing into the final 3 gates. Then Proximo trying to make a pass on the inside. And so the pass to the inside was good for Proximo ahead of Chad M, giving Proximo 2nd over Chad M 3rd. Valprim Beldrone is holding off the field and will get the win of heat number 2. Now that gives us a tie. Valprim Bendrone with a 1st and a 2nd. Proximo with a 1st and a 2nd. They have 3 points. Chad M is sitting on the bubble right now in 3rd with a pair of 3rds. Then you have Platin Air, who has 9 points. It's a 3-point deficit, tied with Sloth, and that 3-point deficit. And then Einol with a pair of 6s. Einol 13 will need an ace to stay alive. will need the win for a chance to break that top 3. Platin Air and Sloth Fuel need a second or better, and some other things to happen. A win would pretty much guarantee them, I believe, one of those positions. Valprom, Velocidrone, and Proximo, they're not a guaranteed lock, but it is a pretty good position to be in. I think they'd be guaranteed 3rd, but both of them are not guaranteed 3rd. So this last one does matter. Chad M, Platin Air, Proximo, you're 3 at the front, and they've all taken a turn on the lead as they're now working on lap number 2. Lap and a half in, lap and a half still to go. Chad M in the light blue, your leader. But we have a 4-way battle for the lead right now. Chad M, Platin Air, Velocidrone, and Proximo. Proximo making a big move, going from 4th into 2nd, hot on the heels of Chad M. Now Platin Air getting by all of them, getting up to the front. Now Chad M back in the front. So looking at Proximo, Platin Air, and Velocidrone all trading places 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right behind Chad M. Chad M's got like only about 5 feet to the good. And now we're on the final throws of lap number 3. The checkered flag is about to fly. Who gets there first? It is going to be Valprom Velocidrone, a 2nd and a pair of wins. He is guaranteed to be in. Chad M, that gives him a pair of 3rds and a 2nd. That could be pretty good points. Proximo now a 1st, 2nd, 3rd. That could be really good points. We got 4th there for Platin Air, 5th for Sloth but Faster, 6th for Final 13. Let's look at the final points roster. And Chad M, pair of 3rds and a 2nd, 8 points, 3rd in the match. He moves on to match number 12. 2nd in the match with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd will be Proximo. And your winner of match 9 from Russia, 2nd and a pair of 1st, Valprom Velocidrone. Those 3 moving on to match number 12. So journey coming to an end for Platin Air, Sloth Fuel, and Final 13. And that is going to put them inside the top 20 overall. Our congratulations to them. We're going to line things up here. Coming up, match number 10, featuring A-Drone, Goody FPV, Bend FPV, Yuki FPV, Cali, along with Bernie FPV. Those 6 are getting to fly right after a few words from our partners. And we're set to go green. We're at match number 10, still in our redemption bracket. We run them 3 times, and our top 3 will move a little further on in our redemption bracket. And we are about to go green on heat number 1, match 10. Lesson 5. There we go. Go Tone is where we're at. Yuki with the whole shot. A Drone getting up front. Running order, Yuki, A Drone, Callie, Bernie FPV, Gotti FPV, Bend FPV. Yuki in the light green is your leader right now. Only about 3 feet between him and A Drone here on this opening lap. Our entire field separated by about 4 gates. It is early. Looking at your top 3, Bernie FPV running third. He has second and first in his sights in that stitch it up section in the seating area here in the Velocidrone Stadium. We're on lap number 2, chasing Yuki still out front. A Drone looked like he is he had issues. He just as I checked him out, he went to almost back of the pack into 5th. That switches things up now. Bend was up in a second. Callie gets by him. So it's Yuki, Callie, Bend, your top 3. Gotti FPV is, only about 10 feet back in the number 4 spot. And they are your leaders here on to lap number 3. We bring Bend FPV and A Drone on to lap number 3 as well. Chasing Yuki, Callie, Gotti, your top 3 here on this third and final lap. So it's now time to make a move. Bernie is burning some lipo right now. He's got him in the sights, looking to make a big pass. Bernie getting up into 3rd. He's battling it out with Gotti FPV right now for 3rd. This could be a good finish position to start things off. Checker flag flying. It's Yuki, Callie, Bernie getting by Gotti FPV for 3rd. That'll give Gotti 4th, A Drone 5th, Ben Drone 6th. And, a little bit of gap and separation there. Closest finish is going to be between Bernie and Gotti FPV. 0.004. Is that right? No, 0.014. 104 thousandths between 3rd and 4th. First win awarded to Yuki. We're looking for your 3 best finishes of the 3 heats. Top 3 staying alive, bottom 3 eliminated. We're going green. Believe we're eliminating in about that 16, 17, 18 range in the overall leaderboard. And A Drone getting the whole shot, the early lead, but the entire field only separated by a gate here. No mistakes yet for our entire field, as they're trying to leave it all on the track here at heat number 2. Yuki now sliding up into the number 1 spot, but that could be early. He's got lots of company right now, especially by way of Callie, all on the backside of Yuki, looking to pass here on lap number 2. Bernie is right there with them. Hasn't seen that open door as of yet, but he is on the doorstep to have a big finish here in heat number 2. Yuki still holding them off, and Callie only about 10 feet back here on lap number 2. Keeping that pressure on for another lap and a quarter. Up to the high side, burning that maw. Down we go. 3, 2, 1. White flag flies. 1 to go. Yuki, Callie, Bernie, Gotti FPV, Bend FPV, now A Drone. All 6 pilots on that 3rd and final lap. Yuki trying to make it a lock with that 2 wins, not by the rules, just by math. And right now he's got about 25, 30 feet over the field to get his second ace. Callie still sitting solid in 2nd. She has got some gap between her and the rest of the field. That would give her a pair of seconds, put her in pretty good position for a top 3 finish, and no guarantees. And the checkered flag flies. It's Yuki, then Callie, then Bernie, then Gotti, Bend FPV in 5th, and A Drone about to finish up here in 6th. So looks like second verse is a lot like the first for your top 4. Yuki again in 1st, Callie again in 2nd, Bernie again in 3rd, Gotti again in 4th, and then Bend FPV and A Drone swapping places. This time around, Bend in 5th and A Drone in 6th. So Bend FPV and A Drone really need a win. Gotti FPV would love a win. Maybe a second could be good enough to break the top 3. Depends how everyone else finishes up, but we are not done as we are green and Now halfway through lap number 1, deja vu all over again, chasing Yuki FPV in the green. Callie and Bernie are closest to him. Bernie was up in second, drops to third, now gets back into second. And he's not gunning for second. He is gunning for the lead. Hot on the heels of Yuki. Bernie in the blue, Callie in the purple. The purple just gets by the blue right there. And so Callie up into second. Now you got the light blue in the mix. We got a three-way battle for second between Callie, Adrone, and Bernie. Adrone keeps swapping places with Bernie there in third and pushing against the purple of Callie in second. Adrone could use it, a fifth and a sixth. Let's see if we can get a second or a first, because once they get by the purple, then it's all green for the green of Yuki. That's how tight it is here at the front of the field. We are now the entire field on the final lap, lap number 3, chasing Yuki. And does Yuki get a sweep? He's now about 40 feet ahead of the field. Running order: Yuki, Callie, Bernie, Gotti, Bend, and Adrone. Seeing a little bit of separation here. They're on their way down to our checkered line, and it's a sweep here in match number 10 for Yuki, and almost a sweep for Callie. 3 seconds for her, and Bernie, 3/3 for him. So top 3, first, second, third, in Heat 1, Heat 2, and Heat 3 are your top 3 here in match 10 overall. We'll move on to match number 12, a break of 1. And then inside of the top 18, we finish up here with 5th overall in the match, Bend FPV. 6th overall in the match will be Adrone. And Gotti FPV was closest to the cutoff. Going to finish up 4th here in the match with 3/4. That was match number 10. Of course, as we get closer to that top 6, that final 6, when we do Chase the Ace, we just finished match number 10. That's a redemption bracket. Second column all the way at the bottom. We're now at match 11. Third column at the top. Top 3 in this. Moving to our match final. Bottom 3 go into the redemption bracket with a chance to redeem themselves in that redemption bracket and come back in our final. And when we get to that final, we're going to be running that group repeatedly until someone gets 2 aces, 2 wins, a traditional Chase the Ace, as it were. And I believe no Iron Man, right? Our top qualifier was West FPV, and West FPV pulled up a second in his first match. So we'll be running that group repeatedly until someone wins twice. The winner of match number 16 gets a Pro Spec frame from fly533.com, a ticket to the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship, an invite, as it were, and podium prizes for our top 3 as well. Of course, everyone, just by participating in our 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament, are vying for prizes by way of, we got some sponsored prizes, and we are also awarding discount codes to the MultiGP shop. We featured a lot of those great items available on our store. And we're talking about those great items. We're talking about things like, what are we talking about? We are talking about hoodies and tumblers and coolers, suitcases, Pro Spec frames, drone racing course components, aka gates, jerseys, you name it, you can get them at the MultiGP shop. And all of our participants in our next 24 and our top 24 are on our wheel of names. It's now time to draw another discount code for the MultiGP shop. And I'm about to spin the wheel. Which one is it? It's Gotti FPV. Congratulations, Gotti. You just got a discount code for the MultiGP store, the shop, shop.multigp.com. I've commemorated the occasion, logged the name.
The player again.
And then, The team will.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
The team will
Whenever I try to join
create that code.
not work, I guess. I don't know. No, yep, work.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks.
Sounds like we're about to go green. This is going to be match 11. This is your semi-final of the winners bracket. We have our top qualifier from Beaumont, California, US of A, West FPV. We have Red Sheep from Russia. We have the Bob from Walla Walla, Washington, USA. Halo Walker 03 from Germany. The Ice Cheetah from Oregon, USA. And Pavelos, the reigning MultiGP champion, crowned in 2024, representing Poland. It's also the Reserve World Games champion in 2023. Let's go green. Our pilots are set to fly. Top three after our next three heats. Go to our final, bottom three, the redemption bracket, and we're live. Full shot going to go to the Bob. No stranger to the front right there as he gets passed quickly there by Pavelos and West FPV. Pavelos in the red, West FPV in the dark blue, the Bob in the light blue. And you see them bouncing around. All six pilots have pretty much been in the lead. Not in the lead, at least in the top two, as our entire field is less than a gate. This is the tightest one that we have seen so far. West FPV back up in the lead. Now let's put Pavelos back up in the lead. Running orders, Pavelos, West, the Ice Cheetah, the Bomb. Now it switches all up again as you watch the line of sight cameras. You see Pavelos has a little bit of a gap, and then everyone else behind him, that blur, that sea of colors, that rainbow, as it were, is Pavelos, then West, the Ice Cheetah, Red Sheep, the Bob, and Halo Walker 03. Yes, sir. Intense. This is heat number one. We get to do it two more times. It's Pavelos, the best of the best in 2024 IRL in real life at the MultiGP Championship. And right now, in our semifinal of winners bracket, the largest gap here on our field, leading the field by a bunch, about 100 feet, 30 meters at least, and about to visit the checkered. Now everyone else, it comes down to that buzzer right there. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, separated by less than 1.4 seconds. Finish orders, Pavelos with the win, then P2 going to West FPV, P3, the Ice Cheetah, P4, Red Sheep, P5, the Bob, P6, Halo Walker 03. Double A checking in on the MultiGP YouTube channel says, let's go West FPV. Yes, sir. Your TQ finishing up second in heat number one. We'll run them two more times. Again, our top three going to the final six to compete for the Pro Spec frame from Fly 533, along with the Pro Spec wildcard ticket. We're green. Full shot looked like it went to Pavelos. He dropped a position, then regained the lead, and well, everyone again taking a turn. I saw Halo Walker up there for a bit. I saw the Ice Cheetah up in the lead for a bit. Red Sheep is close. West is close. The Bob is close. We are, our top five right now, less than a gate. Deja vu all over again. And once again, you got Pavelos pushing himself into the lead, trying to gap, but Halo Walker made a pass. Halo Walker and Pavelos trading places. 1 and 2, 1 and 2 again. Pavelos reclaiming the lead. And right in the mix is West FPV running third. Halo Walker and West FPV keep trading places as they continue to chase down Pavelos. Looked like West FPV had a bit of a bobble, had to double back, and so that moves Red Sheep up into third this time around. Red Sheep playing with a fourth from the first heat, and once again, Pavelos out front. Now we look at this battle for the two between Red Sheep and Halo Walker. They're a fair bit behind Pavelos here on this third and final lap. Not to say that it's do or die, but grinding it out here for second. Halo Walker was 6th in the first heat, so this second could help him out immensely. We're ready to wave a checkered flag. First one to the gate is going to be Pavelos, then Red Sheep, Halo Walker, the Ice Cheetah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Less than 0.8 of a second separating your top 4. The Bob pulls up 5th this time around. West FPV in 6th. That was a super tight finish again. 0.8 of a second between the top 4. Yes, sir. How do we look on points? Well, Pavelos has a pair of aces, so I think a mathematical lock to move to our final. And then it is close. I mean, 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th. The remaining positions, other than first, are all separated by 1 point. 1 point separates each position behind first. This one comes down. Advantage, I guess, in second right now, Red Sheep. But again, anything can happen. This one is truly sudden death for those 2nd and 3rd transfer positions into our final. 4th, 5th, and 6th, of course, going to that redemption bracket, so not the worst, but let's see a precursor to what our championship could be here this afternoon. We've had the West FPV in the lead. We've had the Bob in the lead. Right now, they're 1 and 2. Halo Walker's been up near the front. Red Sheep, the Ice Cheetah, Pavelos as well. We're only separated by a gate and a half, all 6 pilots, the entire field. But this time around here on lap 2, we're chasing West FPV. Closest to them, it's going to be the Bob and Red Sheep and even Halo Walker. 3 pilots chasing down our leader, who doesn't have much breathing room, but a bit. He has a little bit of a gap, especially here. 2/3 of the way through, about to wave a white flag. 1 more to go. There goes West FPV. There goes Halo Walker up into second. There goes the Bob, Red Sheep, the entire field now, including Pavelos, on our 3rd and final lap. Pavelos is last, but again, it shouldn't matter. He's got a pair of wins, unless our math is going to fail us here. And now another lead change. The Bob taking a turn in the lead. Now West FPV back up in the lead. Both of them going to the high gate in the 300 level. Now down to the infield and to our checkered we go. Winner of this one is West FPV. A 2nd, a 6th, and a 1st. Oof. The Bob pulls up 2nd. That gives him a pair of 5ths and a 2nd. Red Sheep 3rd. That is going to give him a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th. That could work. Halo Walker 03. 4th. That will give him a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th. The Ice Cheetah pulls up a 5th this time around, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then Pavelos 6th. That gives him a pair of 1st and a 6th. So math didn't fail us there. Pavelos a 1st, and a 6th, 8 points. That gives him 1st. Then we look at 2nd and 3rd. They're tied. Red Sheep a 2nd and 4th, 9 points. Will make the cut. And West FPV, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 6th. That will make the cut as well. Red Sheep, West FPV, and Pavelos moving to our championship finale. Top 6, match number 14. And then into our consolation bracket, we take the Bob, our redemption round. The Bob, the Ice Cheetah, and Halo Walker. You got a break of 1. You're back in match number 13. Semi-final of the consolation bracket. Match number 12 coming up next. That was a look at Finn's FPV. Fins fly different. They produce high quality and engineered design products for multi-rotors and quadcopters. They specialize in drone racing, long range, and freestyle drones as well. FinsFPV.com. Quality is their key. Fins. That's Paulo Ponzo, their lead engineer, doing a great job. Months of study, design, research, testing, on-site testing, in the shop testing to give you the best drone racing experience possible. We're proud to have them as part of our MultiGP family. Thank you, finsfpv.com. Match number 12. Top three after these next three heats go in our semifinal of the redemption bracket. We're going green. Let's do it to it on a Sunday afternoon. Championship Sunday. Chad M with the whole shot, dropped a second, back in the lead. Valprim Velocidrone leading for a bit there. Yuki, holy, what a mess right now. All six pilots separated by one gate. Yes, sir. Even the Velocidrone servers aren't happy like this. We have multiple, obviously, contenders, but even our production crew, multiple locations across the globe. And when all six went through the gate at the exact same time, we all got the same hookup as we hear on our back channels there. Everyone going, whoop, 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 as we are now halfway through, a lap and a half in, a lap and a half still to go. And Chad M still leading, but lots of company behind him. Yuki and Valprim Velocidrone second and third. And now they just made a push. They got in front of Chad M. Chad M reclaiming the lead. Three-way battle for the number one spot. The rest of the field only two gates back from the top three. We're on our final lap. It's going to be Yuki now up in the lead in the green. Now Chad M in the red, your leader again. So mostly Chad M leading this one, but Yuki and Valprim Velocidrone showing Chad M that they are here to race and try and take first place as it's full send to the checkered line. Chad M holds him off and gets our first win of the match. Second going to go to Yuki. Third to Valprim Velocidrone. Proximo pulling up fourth. Callie in fifth. And Bernie FPV in sixth. Say hello to Borg Slayer FPV. Checking out our MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport tournament here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Going to see him in just over a month and a bit. The We Bleed Northeast Whoop Championship. Super stoked for that event, mostly because they serve Guinness all day long, and I get to see my buddy Jesse P. Valprim Velocidrone had the early lead there. Now you got Yuki, Proximo, all taking a turn at the lead as well. As we look down, it's the purple of Valprim Velocidrone up front. Now the green of Yuki. The purple back in the lead. The Valprim leading here on lap one, about to go on to lap number two. Representing Russia. International fields here, especially in match number 12. 4 of our 20 countries represented just in this match alone. This is heat number 2. We run each match 3 times until we decide our 3 that will stay alive here in this redemption bracket. Valprim Velocidrone now up in the lead. He was third in the first heat. This could work. Yuki and Chad M are right behind him in the green and the red as we go on to that final lap. Our entire field here on lap number 3. Making it work. See if we can chase down the purple of Valprim Velocidrone. No one's gotten in front of him as of yet. Chad M and Yuki on top of each other. It's got to be a little distracting. In fact, as they almost would have had a midair in real life, that actually opened up the door for a little bit of a gap for Valprim, and Valprim wins heat number 2. So Valprim now with a third and a first, 4 points. I like that. Yuki going to pull up a second. That gives him a pair of seconds. That's 4 points. I like that. Chad M this time around gets a third. First and a third. That gives him 4 points. Yeah, we have a 3-way tie for first right now. Those 3 pilots. Fourth in the heat goes to Callie, who's right now 4th overall. Fifth in the heat goes to Bernie. Going to be 6th overall with a 5th and a 6th. And Proximo pulls up a 6 this time around, a 4th and a 6. Gonna need to make up some ground. So 3 superstars to watch. Yuki, Chad M, Valprim, Velocidrone. They need to be in the top 3. Stay alive. That means the door is open. The rest of our field, nothing has been decided. Each of our heat winners also pulled a 3rd. Wiggle room. Proximo is your early leader here on lap number 1, but as you see him in the yellow, you also see the red and the purple of Chad M and Valprim Velocidrone right with them. They're on top of each other, and somehow Proximo pushed ahead. Now it is another 3-way battle as well. On board with Yuki, you can kind of see right in front there that, a little bit of a bobble there in the stitch it up section for Yuki. But he's able to make it work. He's able to recover, but now he's 2 gates back off of our leaders. Now a lead change up at the front. Looks like we lost Proximo for a hair there, moving Valprim Velocidrone up into the number 1 spot. And so here on lap number 3, running order, Valprim Velocidrone in the lead, then Chad M, then Yuki and Callie trading places back and forth, 3rd and 4th in the purple and the green. Bernie FPV's running 5th. He's about 3 gates back from her top 3, and Proximo back of the pack. We're about ready to wave a checkered flag, and Valprim Velocidrone gets his 2nd win of the match. Pair it with a 3rd, and he is going to be your match 12 winner. 2nd in the heat going to Chad M. 3rd in the heat going to Yuki. 4th in the heat going to Callie. 5th in the heat going to Bernie FPV. And 6th in the heat going to Proximo. And now we look at points. No ties to worry about. So a pair of 2nds and a 3rd will push Yuki into our semifinal of the redemption bracket. A 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd will put Chad M in our semifinal, the redemption bracket, and Valprim Velocidrone. Pair of wins and a 3rd to also remain in the competition as well. 6, 9. So now it is a top 12 finish. So I believe 12th overall is going to be Proximo. 11th overall, Bernie FPV, and 10th overall, Callie, in our MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSports Tournament. Yes, sir. That was match number 12. We just finished 12 right there in the bottom right, and moving over here just to the left of me. Match number 13 coming up next. The semifinal of the redemption bracket. For the top 3 in that, advancing to our final 6 for the wild card ticket, the frame, the podium as well. Red Sheep, West FPV, and Pavelos waiting in the wings to see which of these next 6 pilots they will be competing against. VRL Season 11 is coming up. Of course, we just finished the preseason with the Whoop Cup and more individual racing, and now the regular season is coming upon us with the team racing coming up. The tryouts are happening right now. Tickets for the team racing format are available in multigp.com/VRL. And you have from now until until February 8th to post your time. The team draft, the live team draft, is coming up in about 6 days' time. I guess that'd be next Saturday, right? Live draft February 8th. And then we'll get into the regular season of VRL starting February 15th, all accumulating into the playoffs at the end of March, the beginning of April, and then the World Championship for VRL Season 11 will be April 12th. Again, those tickets are available now, multigp.com/VRL. You post a time, and then you wait and hope to be drafted, as it were, on February 8th. We are now at the semifinal of the redemption bracket. A look at your pilots on the screen from left to right. The Bob of USA, the Ice Cheetah of USA as well. They were 4th and 3rd in qualifying. Halo Walker 03 of Germany, 7th in qualifying. Velocidrone of Russia, 6th in qualifying. Chad M from Denmark, 2nd in qualifying, and Yuki FPV from Japan, who was 15th in qualifying. He's the one who's playing up a weight class, as it were, here in this semifinal, the redemption bracket. And of our 20 countries represented, we have 5 different countries here just in this match alone, with Japan, Denmark, Russia, Germany, and the US of A. All right. 6 pilots set to fly. 3 of you going to our final 6. Championship 6 on Championship Sunday, and we are underway. Whole shot going to go to the Ice Cheetah in this one. He's your 2nd highest seed here in this group, and if you kind of followed along there, we have 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in qualifying here in the semifinal, the redemption bracket, which is kind of scary, as we will maybe pair 1, 2, or 3 of those with our top pilots here in the finals, and these pilots get an extra match. That's 3 more races to come in hot into our final. Switch up here as we go from lap 1 to lap 2. Velocidrone up into the front, reclaiming that lead ahead of the Ice Cheetah, who now is going to drop down into 3rd. So the blue is Velocidrone, the yellow is Ice Cheetah, the green is Yuki, and you can see a battle for 2nd, 3rd right behind our leader in blue, Velocidrone, Ice Cheetah in yellow and Yuki in green. Green now up into, was in 2nd, now into 3rd. Yellow's in 2nd. Velocidrone, Ice Cheetah, and Yuki, 1, 2, and 3. Now we look at the rest of the field right behind them, and let's mix them in as well. Halo Walker 03 has caught up. So has the Bob. So right now you have a 6-way battle, or a 5-way battle for the lead onto lap number 3. The entire field separated by less than 2 gates, and another set of new leaders. Yuki and now getting ahead of Velocidrone. Velocidrone reclaiming the lead. We're getting set to wave that checkered flag. First heat win, going to Velocidrone, then Yuki, then the Ice Cheetah, then the Bob, then Halo Walker 03. And now we finish up here with Chad M in a moment. Maybe not. He's conserving his thumbs. I like his style. So finish order in that one. Velocidrone first, Yuki 2nd, the Ice Cheetah 3rd, the Bob 4th, Halo Walker 03 5th, and Chad M in 6th. So 4 of our 6 pilots took a turn at the lead. And now we get set to go green again. Advantage to Velocidrone with our first win of the 3 heats, and we are underway. The Ice Cheetah with the whole shot. As you look down, it's a sea of colors. All 6 pilots are on top of each other. Everyone pushing out front for just a hair. There's no separation as of yet. from first through sixth still. Less than 60 feet separating our entire field here on the opening lap. The Ice Cheetah in the yellow currently just ahead of everyone else. You see that red of Chad M sliding up into the lead there onto lap number 2, trading places back and forth 1 and 2. And now our entire field separated by 2 gates. This is a tight one. You have a 4-way battle for the lead right now, and 5th and 6th are just as close. On to the final lap. Ice Cheetah still leading in the yellow. Now you got the Bob sliding up into second, was even up in front of the Ice Cheetah for a second, and Yuki gets in front of the Ice Cheetah. The Ice Cheetah keeps getting back in the number 1 spot. Now Yuki's up in the lead. It's a 4-way battle for the lead between Chad M, the Ice Cheetah, the Bob, and Yuki. Getting set to go up high to the skies. Chad M leading. He's doing a tight line down, still holding him off. The Ice Cheetah now getting in front of Chad M. But at the gate, Chad M gets the win of heat number 2. The Ice Cheetah second, the Bob third, Yuki fourth, Velocidrone in 5th, and Halo Walker 03 in 6th. So positions are all around. Points are going to be close here after 2. This is going to be a buzzer beater. This is going to be a heater. This is a tight one. Halo Walker needs an ace. He's got a 5th and a 6th. He is last right now on points in 11th. Cheetah leads on points by 1. He's got 5. Yuki and Velocidrone are tied for second, 1 point back, which means Chad M and the Bob are tied for 4th, 1 point back from them. But that is only 2 points away from our leader. So Halo Walker needs a win. And everyone else needs the best finish possible to break that top 3. There are no guarantees for any of the 6 pilots. This one is a sudden death. Halo Walker 03 taking his turn at the lead. He's a 5th and a 6th. Remember I said he needed an ace? He says, well, if I got to do it, now is the time to do it right now. And he's still holding him off. He is in the purple. Closest to him is Chad M in the red. Now you got the Bob in the blue as well, trying to push onto that purple of Halo Walker 03, who is out front. This is the 3rd and final heat of the semifinal of the redemption bracket. Again, nail biter. It's going to come down to those last second calculations, down to the 10th, the 100th, and the 1000th. Now Velocidrone got up into the lead. He already has a win and an ace, but sits 3rd on points right now. Now crash by the Ice Cheetah. That moves him to the back of the pack. The Bob and Chad M and Velocidrone 3 battling out for the number 1 spot. Currently Chad M sitting in P1, but the Bob and Velocidrone are right behind him. I mean, literally right behind him right now and pushing to the lead. Velocidrone up in the lead now. Now Chad M up in the lead. The Bob still within like 3 feet of them. Less than a meter separating all 3 pilots here on the 3rd and final lap. Chad M leading up high. Now it's the Bob just ahead of Chad M. The Bob is a 4th and a 3rd. Really needs this win. A win is going to put someone in our final. The Bob gets the win of our redemption bracket heat number 3. That gives him a 1st, a 3rd, and a 4th. I think that'll be good enough to put him in. Chad M pulls up 2nd in the heat, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 6th. On any good day, that should put him in, but it is really going to come down to the math here. Velocidrone 3rd in the heat, Yuki 4th in the heat, the Ice Cheetah 5th in the heat, and Halo Walker 03 6th in the heat. Now let's check out where we are on points. Close, but pretty much a guarantee. The Bob, a 1st, a 3rd, and a 4th. He wins the semifinal, the redemption bracket. He is in our final here this afternoon. A win by 1 point. Then we have a tie for 2nd and 3rd. Velocidrone, a 1st, a 3rd, and a 5th. And Chad M, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 6th. Both of them with a total of 9. And both of them join the Bob in our final 6. Which means Yuki is going to finish up 7th overall. Missed it by a point with a 2nd and a pair of 4ths. Going to tie in that number 7 position with the Ice Cheetah, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 5th, tying with Yuki for 7th overall. Which means 9th overall is going to be Halo Walker, a 5th and a pair of 6. And no, we'll be seeing them again very soon. Great racing. That one was one for the record books. Especially, I mean, woof. Especially looking at, dang, Velocidrone won the first one and then had a third. That fifth in the second heat almost put him out. Like he almost didn't make it. So aces don't matter in matches 1 through 13. Now we get set to set the stage for our top 6 championship. And yes, wins will matter when we get there. While we have a second. Yep. Yep. Getting our pilots in the room. What a day. So our thanks to our friends at 533, fly533.com. They are great supporters of us, as you know, each and every event. And they have also sponsored great prizes. Great prizes. MultiGP Pro Spec frame right there, as you see on your screen. Raffle for frame available to all pilots that bought a ticket in the top 24. Right. So we've been handing out some great prizes, discounts on the MultiGP shop, where you also can get your Pro Spec frame kits. And we get set to award one of our many frames here this afternoon. So your top 24, one of these 24 pilots going to get the frame. Who's it going to be? Can't believe we're drawing for a frame right now. Here we go. Wow. Noinkel getting a frame. Talk about Groundhog Day. And if you haven't watched Groundhog Day, it's on Prime or Netflix. Watch it. This is Groundhog Day. If you're with us in the next 24, Noinkel won a frame. Now he just solidified it and won it in the raffle. And it may be the same frame. I don't know, but congratulations, Noinkel. Winning doesn't stop for Noik here this afternoon. Holy, what a day for Noik. No, he wanted to win the wild card ticket, but you know what? Not the worst. Not the worst. Can't say he didn't win a frame. Top 6 championship of the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Championship. We are going to run your final 6 pilots repeatedly until someone gets 2 wins. 2 aces are what it takes. That means it could be 2 heats if someone goes 2 up, 2 down, and it could go 7 if everyone wins a heat, a match in the match. Then it would go into sudden death heat number 7. There is your roster in our championship. Going to be Pavelos on the left-hand side of your screen, representing Poland. West FPV, our top qualifier from the United States of America. Red Sheep from Russia. The Bob from the United States of America. From Denmark, Chad M. And another Russian pilot, Velocidrone. So 2 pilots from Russia, 2 from America, 1 from Denmark, 1 from Poland, a truly international field here in our top 6. What are we vying for? Well, podium prizes for your top 3, yes. Pro Spec frame for winning, yes. And the wild card invitation to the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship. Now, we already have a roster. The 2024 MultiGP Pro Spec champion is Leviathan. He is already in. We also have Hyper, who just won a wildcard ticket this weekend. Bernie FPV, Heads Up FPV, Vanover, Amari, Killian, Banny UK, MCK, and Dougie, can you bring up that roster again? And the guy on the left-hand side of the screen, Pavelos, has got a wildcard ticket. So, in the spirit of bringing the best pilots in drone racing to the Pro Spec Championship in 2025, Pavelos can't win 2 tickets. He can't compete twice. So that means if you win, you get the wild card ticket. Or if Pavelos wins and you're second, you are getting the wild card ticket. No doubling down. No doubling down. Pavelos, well, he's our reigning MultiGP champ. He's a wild card invite. Does he win the sim tournament? Well, if he does, second, that's going to be a great prize as well. Good luck, pilots. Chase the Ace, round number 1 is about to be upon us. You didn't show it, bud. Just rerun the race. We didn't show it. We didn't show it. That was a warm-up. Yeah, it was a warm-up. We didn't show the race. We didn't show it, so we can't count it. Hey, man, we got to pay bills. No, I'll make the call. You got to pay bills. We had to talk about the prize. You ran the race, so we're talking about the prize. So if you're watching their behind the scenes, you saw them do a practice race. There was a little bit of a discussion like, hey, we started the race. That counts. No, that didn't count. We were talking about the prize. We hadn't said, all right, here we go. That was a practice race. So scrub the results. They're like, well, we ran it. It should count. Like, well, if it was the World Series and they're like, hey, you guys missed the first 9 innings, we're just going to show you the bottom of the 9th. No, we're going green for real. It is Chase the Ace, round number 1. Good luck, pilots. We are going live in hopefully less than 5. Here we go. For real this time. Pitter patter, we're getting at her, and the whole shot going to go to the Bob. And again, it is Chase the Ace, and this time finish points matter, but aces is what we're looking for wins. And we've had a bunch of changing up at the front. Red Sheep's got the lead for a little bit. Chad M's been in the lead. Valprim, West FPV, Red Sheep, everyone other than Pavelos. He's about 2 gates back, but your top 5 right now only separated by a gate and a half. Now we're chasing the light blue West FPV. He is, well, had a little bit of a challenge there for Valprim Velocidrone, this time in yellow. We're on lap number 2. We're about midway through here, our opening heat. Now Valprim Velocidrone in the yellow, going to slide on up into the number 1 spot. You got to remember, it is, well, it's sometime around 9-10 o'clock right now, and he is, well, he's coming of age right now. Is Valprim back in the lead. Now West FPV up in the lead. Position changes up at the front. As we look at some shuffling there, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. The Bob right now is solid in 3rd, and he has our leaders in sight as well. So don't count out the Bob. Don't count out Red Sheep, Pavelos. We have a 5-way battle at the front. Chasing the yellow of Valprim Velocidrone. No one in front of him. And now look like Red Sheep slide up for a second in the blue. Valprim back up in the lead in the yellow here in match number 1. He looks like he's the youngest here in the competition. And not only is he the youngest, he is the fastest here in heat number 1. Valprim Velocidrone with the win of Chase the Ace round number 1. West FPV pulling up 2nd. Red Sheep 3rd. The Bob 4th. Pavelos 5th, and Chad M in 6th, leaving a little bit on the track. And well, we like that. So it could be 2 up, could be 2 down. If Valprim Velocidrone wins this next race, he is the ace to chase. It is on West FPV, who is 2nd, Red Sheep, who is 3rd, the Bob, who is 4th, Pavelos, who is 5th, and Chad M, who is 6th, to win this next heat, to push it to a 3rd heat, 3rd round. We're going green. Velocidrone in the yellow, your ace to chase. Wolchok going to go to West FPV. He spent a bunch of time at the front that last one. There's Pavelos in the purple. He is your new leader. Chad M in red up into second. Valprim in the yellow, trading places second and third with Chad M as they are pushing against the purple of Pavelos. Pavelos is holding him off here, and now everyone kind of teaming up on the yellow of Valprim Belgium, moving them down to fifth. We have a five-way battle here for the lead, and it looks like issues for Chad M, who was in second. He just dropped to the back of the pack, maybe disconnected entirely. Now Pavelos in the purple, still leading, but the Bob is giving chase to him. He's only about 15 feet back. Looking at Valprim Beldrone, your first ace of chase. He's back in fourth, about 2.5 gates back off of our leader. So right now, Pavelos is looking to push us a third round. The Bob is also looking for his first ace as Pavelos and the Bob go on to lap number 3. They're also followed by Red Sheep, Valprim Beldrone, and West FPV. We are down to 5 pilots remaining. Pavelos is still leading this one and pushing a little bit further ahead of the Bob. Now the Bob reeling him in a little bit here on this third and final lap. They're separated here by about 6 feet. Into that final turn to the checkered we go. It'll be Pavelos just ahead of the Bob up into second. Red Sheep third. Valprim Beldrone in fourth. West FPV in fifth. And Chad M in sixth.
We're done now, right?
We had a disconnection and we had a question that it was done. There's at least one more.
There's one more? Okay.
There's at least one more.
Let me start up the game again then.
We are double checking with our officials. We did have a disconnect. So that one may even be rerun.
No, don't rerun it.
I'm hearing no. Don't rerun it.
I rage quit. I thought it was the last round.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
So that one will not be rerun.
My computer was about to go out the window right there. I'll tell you that.
Chris, was that an intentional disconnect? Or...
John M didn't disconnect.
He didn't.
He just rage quit.
Oh,
He just
right.
landed his
Okay,
quad.
that's
So
intentional.
to us, it looked like he
Open it again.
disconnected.
I thought it was the last round.
And Chad M
Okay.
said it was almost a disconnection
All right,
because my
okay.
computer almost went through the window. But throughout all of this, his computer did not disconnect. And so we are going to take those results as official. Pavelos in first, the Bob in second, Red Sheep in third, Valprim Beldrone in fourth, West FPV in fifth, and Chad M in sixth.
Can you open
And-
the lobby again?
You need to open the lobby again. And so we are updating those results there, and the format is chase the ace. So if Pavelos wins this next one or Valprim Beldrone win this next one, we'll be done. It's on West FPV, Red Sheep, the Bob, and Chad M to get a win. And if one of those 4 pilots gets the win, it will go to a 4th round. This could be as many as 7 rounds. Let's not throw computers out windows.
Can't promise anything at this point.
No promises, Chad M says. And we are set to fly 2 aces to chase. Valprim Beldrone, our pilot, who's been killing it right now from Russia, has an ace. Pavelos of Poland has an ace. It's on the Bob, Red Sheep, West FPV, and Chad M to get one, and we're going green. Don't quit, don't weaken, full send. We've had 4 different pilots lead this one, waiting for them to separate a little bit before we can start talking about a leader. Right now, it's starting to look like Pavelos up in the lead. Remember, he has an ace, but right behind him, You have 3 pilots, the Bomb, Valprim Beldrone, West FPV, 4 pilots, Chad M, and even Red Sheep. 5 behind our leader. Our entire field now separated by less than a gate on to lap number 2. Still chasing Pavelos in the purple. West FPV is closest to him. Now maybe the Bomb is going to make a push here for the front. Now West FPV's in the lead. If West FPV gets this win, we're going again, regardless. The Bomb running third. He's looking for an elusive ace. The Bomb has had a second there at the lead. West FPV in the light blue now leading on to lap number 3. The Bomb's up into second. Valprim Beldrone third and fourth with Red Sheep. And right now, your top 3 don't have aces. Valprim Beldrone, who has an ace, who could shut this down, just slid into third, though. Let's go to some big heights right now. West FPV and the Bob are 1 and 2. The Bob leading West FPV. West FPV trying to make a pass before the gate, but the Bob holds him off. And hold your computers. This one is going to go another round, as the Bob is now our 3rd pilot to get an ace. Second in the heat, going to go to the West FPV. Third in the heat, going to go to Valprim Beldrone. Fourth in the heat, going to Red Sheep. Fifth in the heat, going to Pavelos. And sixth in the heat, going to Chad M, who is even finishing his lap, guys.
Yeah.
Look out for Chad M in this next round.
I'm going all out every time. Like, there's no reason to, like, try to save it or anything. Just push.
Heat number 4. The Bob has an ace. He just got one. Pavelos has an ace. He had one the round before that. And Valprim Beldrone has an ace. So now on West FPV, Red Sheep and Chad M to get an ace to push it to a round 5. This is round number 4. Chase the Ace, the MultiGP Wildcard Pro Spec eSports tournament underway, in Pavelos in the purple, leading at the moment. But look how close it is. Red Sheep in the blue running the number 2 spot. West FPV in the light blue now up into 3rd. The Bomb in purple running 4th. Yellow is Valprim Beldrone running 5th. And Chad M in the red. Our entire field here only separated by about 4 gates after 1 lap, chasing Pavelos in the purple. Now, remember, if Pavelo wins this heat, he's our winner, which means the wild card ticket is going to go to 2nd. So definitely finish your race regardless. And if possible, unseat Pavelos. Red Sheep now taking his turn up near the lead. He's 2nd. And if Red Sheep or West FPV, who's in 2nd, they're running 2nd, 3rd. If they get by Pavelos, this is going to go a 5th round, and they are hot on his heels here on lap number 3. They're only back by about 8 feet. West FPV and Red Sheep on top of each other, but their target is Pavelos to push us another round, another inning to win not only the invite ticket, but the Pro Spec frame from 533 as well. Final turn to the checkered, and another win for Pavelos. Pavelos is your MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport champion.
Congrats, Pavelos.
Oh, thanks. I get afraid.
All he does is win, win, win right there. Final point tally coming in, and what a podium it is going to be as we look at the final totals. As we look to your top 6 in the eSport tournament. In 6th, 4 6s, but he retains his gaming laptop. Chad M will round out in the number 6 spot. Valprim Beldrone pulled up an ace. Is going to finish up in the number 5 spot overall after qualifying 6th. 4th going to go to Red Sheep of Russia. That's a gain of 1 position. Qualifying 5th, finishing in 4th. Great job, Red Sheep. 3rd going to go to the Bob, gaining a position as well. Qualifying 4th, finishing 3rd overall. 2nd runner-up, 3rd on our podium. Your reserve champion was also your TQ from the United States of America, West FPV. And the winning continues. The 2024 MultiGP champion, a Pro Spec wildcard earner as well, and our 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport champion. 2 aces. Pavelos is your champion.
So who got sick?
There's a look at your podium. Let's
okay.
start with second place. West FPV. Are you still in Discord, West? I don't hear him as yet. Might be on mute.
He's in here, he's mute.
Oh, he's not here?
He is here, he's mute. Now he's not.
All right.
Doesn't have a microphone, I guess.
Okay.
Celebrating.
Well, we'll just congratulate him. Congratulations. Oh,
That's
are you
right.
there, West?
The microphone's a little weird right now, so I gotta figure that out.
Oh,
I
no,
can't
we
hear
got
what
you.
guys are saying, sadly.
I got you. Dougie, you got him right? You got him, Doug? All right, there's West FPV, your reserve champion, top qualifier. And West FPV, you just got a wild card slot. You got to be on Team Pavelos, but you also got to be on Team West FPV. Great racing. What did you think about our eSport tournament? West FPV. Whatever you did to fix your mic, do that again. I guess he gone.
He's always
Pavelos.
drinking champagne.
There we go. You know what it's all about. How about the guy? All he does is win, 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 no matter what. Pavelos. I mean, came in here, qualified 11th and finished first. That's got to be a huge gain and another win. And you get a frame. You got to be excited about that.
Oh yeah, dude. As soon as I get it, I'm gonna build it and then send it right into a gate.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Mr. E because Mr. E on our team here said, you know, because we're looking at our podium prizes. He says, well, the winner, it's got to get a Pro Spec frame. So shout out to him. Shout out to Fly533 for sponsoring as well. And congratulations to you to win it. How do you go from 11th to first? Did you qualify low? Like you didn't try hard on the qualifying and brought it in the races? Like how did that play off? That's a huge gain.
I mean, I just try to qualify, and then the track for final is different. So, you know, doesn't matter what place you qualify.
How many times do you think you flew the track?
Can you hear me?
I flew together with Chris for the last 3 days, but we didn't fly it that much. I really wanted to help him to qualify, but sadly he did not.
Well, you know, we try our best, and you are the best. Congratulations. Would have got a wild card ticket, but that is going to be passed on as you've already earned one as our 2024 MultiGP champion. So going to see you at the Pro Spec Championship, and congratulations on the big win here, getting that Pro Spec frame from 533, and great racing. Couple of fifths and a couple aces. Aces is what it took to win. And Pavelos, our champion again. Sounds like we may have West FPV joining us again. Did you fix that, Mike?
Yo, what's going on? Yeah.
Hey, living the dream. Well, we already heard about one pilot rage quitting and just about throwing his computer through a window. When you realized you got the ticket, did you like smash your microphone or something? What happened there?
Yeah, the microphone went out the window as well. But no, I just got a new Bluetooth headset, and it just it's weird.
So good. So good. How did you qualify first? Obviously, you're obviously in the top 6 here, qualified first, had a little bit of bad luck in the brackets, but how much did you grind the leaderboard to pull that off?
Hours. I spent 2 hours each, like for a week. So like 7 days, I just spent 2 hours a day just grinding the qualifying track. And me and Chris Sim had a nice little battle going on, so it kind of like was incentive to come back and just keep flying it. And yeah, so that was pretty fun.
Well, that's a pretty good battle. I mean, in qualifying, you were first, he was second. So those that fly together, stay together. You guys working your way through the bracket here into the top 6, both with top 6 finishes. That's pretty huge. And yeah, and those brackets too, good finishes. A lot of pressure though. On our feeds, obviously with the live stream, we have the trails on. Do you fly with trails in the sim, or did you find it distracting having all those quads in front of you because the racing was that tight with 6 pilots at a time?
Oh yeah, I turn the trails off. I'm the type of person I don't like much in my like view. Like I turn all the on-screen elements off, like the time and everything. And But like, I wish one thing that I love Velocidrone, but with all this spec racing going on recently, we need to adapt like the thing from DCL. Like when a drone's in your face, it kind of like disappears. That would like make spec racing 10 times better in Velocidrone. It's already really good though.
True. We also probably should have turned mid-airs on, would have made it a lot more like a real life race. For sure.
I love doing that. I love doing that in multiplayer. It's fun.
Well, West FPV, congratulations. Excellent racing. First in qualifying as our top qualifier. Then over those 4 races, I mean, 1/5, not the worst, but 3 second place finishes. The racing was tough. You definitely held your own, representing US, reserve champion. And again, congrats on that wild card ticket, that invite to the MultiGP Pro Spec Championship. Looking forward to seeing you there, and get building and continue flying.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Well, as we crown our champions, or congratulations to those hitting podiums, congratulations to everyone who earned those discounts to the MultiGP store, and our thanks to all of our pilots participating in our 2025 edition, the MultiGP Pro Spec Wildcard eSport Tournament. Of course, a big thanks to those, our cast and crew working behind the scenes. Of course, Two Dog RC working all the logistics, our scripting, our management, logistics as well. Henry as well, helping as our room manager, and with all of our graphics, again, social media, promoting and making sure that everyone can get in, locked in, and enjoy the tournament. Mr. E, who has been working hard, and a shout out to him for recommending the best prize for this that we hadn't thought of, but helping behind the scenes during qualifying, and then of course through our championships of the next 24 and our top 24 here as well. And shout out as well to Diver Down, Dougie Kling, our boy in the truck, producing our live stream remotely. Excellent work as well. An enjoyable morning into afternoon, crowning champions here in our eSport tournament. Now, of course, we talk a lot about our tracks. We have that global qualifier track competition we talked about in our live stream a few times here over the course of the day. Get into Velocidrone, start designing. You can get some prizes, some notoriety as well by designing our 2025 global qualifier track. We are excited. We may even invite our winner of that to our newly formed MultiGP track team. We have such a thing, our track design team, responsible for the designing and publishing of the many tracks we use throughout the year at the major events and other events as well. The Pro Spec qualifying track was designed by Stefan T-Bone Lutjen, we are very familiar with T-Bone, or AKA other names. The finals track was a collaborative effort from Adrian Adams and NM grower Neil Merrick as well, with cones provided by the one and only Mr. E. Mr. E going and planting all of those cones, which anyone who's tried to design a track knows that was a labor of love. And thanks again to Mr. E for his contribution to that as well. What a great day of racing again. Very enjoyable to be a part of. And that is the start. We have officially commenced the 2025 season of MultiGP, dare I say, MultiGP X, the 10th edition of drone racing around the planet, starting here in the sim. And of course, we will see you very soon at a drone race, whether it's a GQ, your local chapter's backyard, arena, or stadium, maybe at the 2025 MultiGP Pro Spec Championship or MultiGP Champs as well, and all those great events in between. Looking forward to being a part of it with you here on the MultiGP YouTube channel, or of course in our flight line and in on the sidelines as well. Have a pleasant Groundhog Day. Happy 10 years, MultiGP, and we will see you at the next drone race. Thank you for the pleasure of your company here on Championship Sunday.